Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. What's going on, Oshik? How you doing? Doing good. Nice, nice. We are on new settings today for the Twitch stream and YouTube. So my voice of the void a bit earlier. Nice. That sounds pretty fun right now, honestly. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that today. I'm in a pickle. Why is that? Something bad about to happen in Voice of the Void? I don't know what is coming. Oh god. Yeah. I'm afraid of what's coming. I feel like something's gonna snap. There's gonna be like a guy that chases me or something, you know? It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a bad time. Yeah, anyways, we are on new Twitch settings. New stream settings. Whoa, thank you for the cheese time. I'm using this multi-output thing. So what I'm doing is I'm streaming directly to Twitch now, instead of going through Restream servers, which is way better. Also, since I can do the enhanced broadcasting thing, we are now streaming at 10,000 kilobits. So it should look way better. So yeah, that's going. And then what I'm doing is I'm using this to just stream also directly to YouTube. It does use a lot of internet, uses 20 megabits a second, but I have gigabit now, so it's probably okay. It doesn't matter anymore. So I can delete that one because it never worked. But yeah, we're gonna try it out. Hopefully it works. The only thing I notice is when I change my title on Restream, it doesn't update on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to go manually set that every time before we stream, which is annoying, but it's whatever. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Also, I forgot I wasn't streaming. But yeah, here's the OBS stuff. We got multiple output. It's all set up in here. Anyways. So we're going to be working more in Starground. Didn't come last stream and the streak was kept? Interesting. I don't know. Maybe Twitch does some weird stuff with that. Who knows? But hey, I wouldn't complain. Alright. So, I have been working on some stuff that nobody has seen before. Let's load up the game and I'll show you guys. It has to do with NPCs. No, I haven't even seen it, I know. It's pretty crazy. Ooh. I hope the engine doesn't crash. Wait. Something to do with the dialogue box. I'll show you guys. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. What's up, Zen? Alright, here we are in Starground Godot once again. So let's go to the hub. And now watch this. You guys are not ready. Okay? So you see Basala here? See this guy? See this guy? He has a portrait image now. Yeah. So I think what we're gonna do is the portrait and description over here of like what he's saying to you. I think it'll work. So yeah, I've only done 2 portraits so far. I did the one for Basala, and then I did one for Burgundy over here. But we're gonna work on all the other ones today. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. I've been wanting to do that for a while to kind of personalize the shop a little bit more, so I think it'll be cool. I still need to fix some weird you know, UI business here. I don't know how I'm gonna fix it, but we have to figure that out. I think I'm gonna have to extend out the UI and have like 2 columns. One for the requirements and then one for the rewards. Because right now it doesn't really work, so. But yeah, anyways. It's working pretty well. There's like a couple little weird minor things. Like if I go to the buy menu, you can see the UI expands by like 1 pixel. So we'll fix that. Should be okay. But yeah, we've got portrait for him. So hey, Bobby, welcome in on YouTube. Yes, or on Twitch. Yeah, sorry, I saw that you said stuff on YouTube. Am I talking now? Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna have little dialogue in here. That's like, hello, what are you looking for? Right now it's just like generic dialogue because I think I'll probably ask Max to write that stuff, but yeah, we'll get that filled out with real dialogue eventually. But yeah, I think it's cool. I've been wanting to do this kind of thing. Excuse me. Add a little portrait like this because I think it's epic. So, yeah. It's also just good because I was trying to squeeze in the description over here on top of the reward stuff and it was just not working. So I was like, all right, what if I just put it over to the side over here? And that seems to work. But yeah. Should be good. Hey, thank you for the bit, Bobby. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got this guy. Alright, I forgot you can sell any weapon component to him. Yeah. 1 bit. 2 bits. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the speed. The anvil sounds like something from Voice of the Void. Yeah. It's possible we accidentally use the same sound effect or something. Thank you for the cheese time. Oh, getting away from it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see today. We might do a little bit of Voice of the Void later today. It'd be fun. Yeah, anyways, we're gonna work on the, you're saving points now? That sounds good. We're gonna work on the portraits for these other guys, because right now, by default, this is the Basala one. Yeah, we need to do a portrait for Fishbird and then also Bud. I think Bud will be pretty easy, because he's already huge, so, like, I don't have to change his portrait that much. But yeah. It's fun to draw them in, like, highly rendered, you know, stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the portraits are turning out. I think it helps add a lot of, you know, like characterization of these guys. I have not redeemed that, but thank you for sending that over, Bobby. I appreciate it. I can, do that right now. Let me make sure I don't accidentally leak it. Okay. Let's see here. Create a product. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, I've got it in my library, so I will install that and try it out today. Yeah, thank you very much for sending that key over. I do appreciate it. Yo, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. 35 bits. So my goal is to save up enough for a very long time of cheese. Yeah. Okay. Last 2 bits. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Alright, so let's draw some portraits. Get those done. So, portrait for Fishbird. Let's go. Let's go open up Fishbird. I don't remember if I called him Fishbird or just Fishing Man. I just called him Fishing Trader. Gonna have enough big boy bucks for his skin soon. Let's go. Can't wait. Yeah, it's really like fun and easy to add in skins to Starground now. I am glad I messed around with that system. I mean, it was hard, but it's definitely like worth it. All right, so we're gonna put that like right there. Now we're gonna start filling in everything. So we need a circle. Use 63,000 big play bucks. That's crazy. You're gonna have enough for skin soon, Spencer. Awesome. It's funny because I mean, since you have access to the source code, you literally could just add a skin whenever you want. But he has arms. I know. Yeah, I get it. Whoa. Maybe with posture check. Ow! Just slammed my ankle on my desk, dude. Oh. Imagine how much cheese you get with that amount of big boy bucks. I do have a thing built in, Bobby, just as a warning, that if you redeem it too many times, it stops you from redeeming it again, because it got to the point where it was just too much. So just be warned. Okay, let's adjust him a little bit. I think I'm gonna raise all of this up. And then just drop his helmet by a pixel. Okay, and we gotta fix this circle because it is not good. It looks pretty good right there. Okay, so what's the width on these? 7, 6. So we need to leave that. 3, 2. Like basically something like that. I don't know why this is so... I wish Krita would do perfect circles. I don't know why it doesn't. But it is what it is. Okay, there we go. We're good. Well, yeah, if everyone redeemed it at once, then it's good. So I do that on purpose, because if you guys really want the cheese apocalypse, you can. But you have to be coordinated, you know? So yeah. There is a way forward with that. So I'm trying to figure out his arm situation here. This arm would be like basically obscured. Yeah, it's a little better. Anyways, let's draw his hat. Layer's invisible. I know, I don't care though. Whatever, I guess I have to do another layer. I like some elements to actually stick out past the frame because I think it looks kind of cool. It's like I did that on Burgundy with his eye. I like purposely made it kind of stick out. So we might end up doing that with his hat right here. Maybe I'll make his hat super tall. Okay, so anyways, we got Bob. Oops. Then we got the front of his hat. Looks so terrible, but it's okay. I'm gonna fix it. Okay. You can make it the more cheese times redeem, the more cheese covers the screen. Yeah, it does do that. Every time if you guys redeem it in succession, it increases the time that the cheese is visible. And also increases the amount of cheese that gets spawned. Too many cheeses. I can refund your points. This hat looks stupid. Yeah, now I'm completely invisible. Thank you for the hydrate. Theoretically, if you guys go hard enough with it, you could crash the stream. Like the overlay, at least. I bet this has killed the bit rate. It'll end eventually, guys. Don't worry. One day. Here, usually when this happens, I have a little, what is it, this one? Yeah, just so you guys can see what I'm doing. Because I don't want to make the stream unwatchable. Well, I don't know what you guys expected. Make it small? Yeah, sure, let's go. There you go. Just wants the cheese? That's fine, that's fine. There you go. That's what you guys get. Just cheese. Here, we'll just put this in the corner for anyone that's interested, but out of the way. You guys are crazy. You guys did pay for your cheese. It's true. That's true. It's gonna take forever to end, isn't it? Looping again. Oh, it's over. Okay. The cheese is over, guys. Thank God. Have an idea for my next Twitch stream? Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, cheese is pretty crazy. Just trying to figure out how this is gonna look, because he's got like a... Should have like a sand mound. I guess it'd be something like this. That'll work. Then he's got the castle in there. Which is right here. What's the cheese music, by the way? It's like a free YouTube sound library song. I don't even remember what it's called. What is it called? It's like what is it? Does anybody remember? I'll look it up in a second. Yeah, no, the fish don't speak. They just kind of like represent his like, yeah, his vibe, his mood. Let's see here. One fish. Two fish. He'll be like down here. He might have a little bit of like top to him. Yeah. Anyways, I can try and figure out what the here. Let's go look at it's like what was that? It's like sweet jams or something, or jammy. It's got a weird name. I hope I didn't just call it cheese music in here. Frick. I did call it cheese music. Thought it was the eye. I didn't even notice he was a fishbowl. Oh yeah. Let me go look at one of my YouTube copyright claims really quick. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Here we go. Peacefully by Ease Jammy Jams. That's what it's called. Looking quite ichthyologic. What does that even mean? Okay, it's a branch of zoology that deals with fish. Crazy. Yeah, I'm feeling like that today. How's it going, Zach? See if this works with the dark. It's tricky because there's things inside the bowl, but we also have to draw like, you know, it's hard. Doing good, nice. Thanks, saving that. Yeah. Here, we'll have this fish like be behind the tower, dude, because it's epic. Yeah. Got 1-bit badge. Let's go. Okay. Anyways, now we're gonna have a big shine mark over here. Maybe another one over here. I think that works pretty well. At work, literally nobody's shown up in 4 hours because it's better Thanksgiving weekend. Oh yeah, what's better Thanksgiving? Halloween? I don't know. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Hat also has a shadow on here. You mean like in the bowl? Yeah. I mean, it's tricky. I would put a shadow, but I think it would just start to look kind of messy, so don't know if I'll actually end up doing that. But I might change this color here though and kind of go do a little bit of anti-aliasing and whatnot. And then this over here would all be like, yeah. All right. Anyways, next part. He has this fish plaque. We won't really see much of it in the portrait, but at least just the top of it here. And I guess this would be more over to the side here. Nope. Put it there. That'll work. Everyone Dylan died in a car accident, taking over his account. Yeah. This would technically have a little bit of thickness there. Drawing is hard, guys. And there would technically be a shadow underneath here. At least just a little bit. And then we just have a few spots here maybe that are a little brighter. Just the left side, actually. Yeah, this would probably be in darkness, now that I think about it. Okay, that's not too bad. I think this basically works. I can merge this layer down now, and then the background will just be black. Here, let's do some lines, guys. Let's do some lines. Okay. Check it. Fishbird. So like for the hat is top right to left, but for the vest left to right. Well, it's because of the fact the bowl is transparent because it's glass. So like light would be able to transmit through the bowl and land on the top of his vest. That's what's kind of really hard about drawing Fishbird, because he's a glass bowl. But I think it's good enough. Not everything has to be super accurate, honestly. I think it just looks cooler if there's like a little bit of a light over here. So I think it's fine. But yeah. The light that I usually do in Starground is not like a hard from the right light. It's mainly top down. It's like I would give it like this kind of angle. You know? So it's got like it's mostly to the right, but or mostly just vertical, but a little bit off to the right. Blow him up. Oh. But yeah. I'm watching a video on how being delusional makes you succeed. That's crazy. But yeah, I think this will work. Fishbird. Fishbird portrait. Hello, Fishbird. Let me kill you. I would never. I'm joking, guys. Okay, so now that one's done. Final one is for Bud, the brand new pal, a new buddy. So let's do that guy. So we can hide that. Budbert. Bud might be so big that we don't have to redraw him. So we'll see. We might just have to change the angle a little bit, but he's huge. His head might already be big enough for the portrait. So we're just going to copy this and fit it in and see. Yeah, it's like almost the right size. I'll probably just keep it like this, honestly. All we have to do is just kind of shift over the perspective a little bit, I would say. Like I'll probably take his hat off, or his mask, I mean, just so we can kind of shift it over. And maybe like it's a little, like it's facing to the right. And then this would have a, see like the edge of it. Okay, continuing on. This would all be kind of pushed in here. This is gonna be all taken out here. Now you'll actually be able to see his like strap over here. I guess this was his strap. Yeah, I just want him facing a little bit to the right like all the other guys. Shopkeeper looks cool, thank you. So his beard would be kind of, let's see, shifted over. Yeah, Bud is epic. We love Bud, guys. I didn't put that in his room yet, no, but we can work on that today. Today's gonna be like just sort of tying up some loose ends, like that kind of stuff, so I think if we put that in his room, that'll kind of fit his vibe, so. I guess over here we'd see the back of his hair. Oops. 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 Oh my god. Let's see, that would go out a little more. Don't think that would be so tall up there. I guess he would have like long hair. I don't really know. I haven't thought about it. From this angle, you can only see like the front of him, right? So, whatever, inside of the space hub. But I think he has long hair in the back. Imagine there's a mechanic where you can like interact with the guy and you get him mad. He literally pops out of the window and he takes off his mask, showing nothing but emptiness staring directly into your soul. That'd be crazy, dude. I don't know if Bud will ever have a moment where he takes off his mask. Probably not. I think it's supposed to be a secret. So over there is fine, I think. Let's merge that down now. Don't know why all this is black. I think it's just because I had some shadows there before, but now it's all weird. Okay, that's set up. You'll probably have some strands over here that are kind of darker. We'll probably have a strand over here. Okay, I think that's basically it. In my mind, Bud is like a golem or some sort of spirit. Or if you take off his mask, he dies. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Bud. Maybe I'll give this strap just a little bit of brightness back here so you can tell that it's separate from the background, you know? Yeah. The only thing that feels a little weird is that the fact that the other arm is way taller. Yeah, I think I just need to raise that up a little bit. I think we're pretty much good to go. Maybe drop that a little bit. I think that's Bud. Yeah, it'll work. All right. Bud portrait. Okay. So now we go into the shop table for Bud. He's going to have Bud portrait. And for Fisherman, we're going to have Fishbert portrait. We're not going to have a portrait for the vending machine, unless we want to, for fun. But it would be a little wacky. I have it set up right now. If we don't define a portrait, it just doesn't show anything in there. I'll probably have some more code that like checks if NPC can actually have quests, or then if not, it doesn't even show the questing tab. Because right now, if we talk to the quote-unquote talk to the vending machine, it shows like the questing tab. Oh, it actually died because there's no such thing as quest changed. I just need to like, yeah, check if that even has quest stuff. So let's go into the vending machine code. Zivar uses as, well, that'd be fine. Let's just do signal quest change. We don't have to use it. There's no such thing as quest refresh timer. Can I make a realistic vending machine portrait? Yeah, you're welcome to if you want. Are you setting up shop stuff through code dictionaries? The reason for that is because then it's data driven and that allows people to mod shops in. So literally that means if you want to set up a shop, you just, here's the info on how to set it up, right? You define all your things that you can buy, things you can sell, and then it just kind of works with the code. So that's why. Then all you have to do is inside of the scene, instead of putting all that info in the scene, because that can cause issues with modding stuff, you just specify the ID of the shop. So that's exactly what I do in here, where I just say right here, the shop ID is shop vending machine. And so that's all I have to do to set up a shop. It just makes it way easier. And it's nice because you can modify these values in here. So like if somebody comes along and wants to change how the items that Basala sells, for example, or buys, or that you can buy from, then you can just like say, okay, remove this key, or you can modify this dictionary really easily. Instead of having to like open up the scene and resave it, and it's just too complicated. So I like to export that stuff so it's right there. I mean, it's fine. The only thing with are you're talking about like exporting it as a variable? That kind of thing? Yeah, the problem that would cause, I used to do that with some entities and stuff, but I've started to do that less and less because if you want to change those values inside of a scene, you have to overwrite the entire scene, which is bad for modding compatibility. With this, it's easy. If I want to change some values here, I just change it and it's compatible with everything and it's fine. But like to change variables set as an export variable inside of here, I have to, as a modder, replace this entire scene. Also, it's just really annoying. Like, if I want to just quickly go in here and tweak some things, I have to go find the scene and open it and change the variables. It's nice to have it all centralized in one spot. Like, especially when I'm doing stuff like with items, or it's like I want to add a tag to a bunch of different items. I just go in here, copy the tag, and paste, 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 and I'm done. If I didn't do that, I'd have to go into, okay, let's search for copper ore scene, add the thing. Okay, let's search for iron ore. It just takes longer to do things. I like it all being in like a database like this. It's way faster. But yeah, there's definitely quite a few reasons. I've really enjoyed doing data-driven programming like this. I think it's a really good way to do it. So, yeah, it's been good. So we're going to work on this business. What I need to do is like check if he actually has quests. So we need to check what is inside of the quest ID list. So I think we can do that up and ready. So you got shop data. I like to make built-in modding where you could mod it using the game itself instead of going into the code. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. It's definitely a lot of work, but the only issue I would see with that kind of thing is I imagine it probably would... You'd be a little more limited in what you're able to mod, but yeah, it definitely is easier for people to mod that way. So, it just depends. Starground's a very complicated game, so it's important to me that like modding is very open, where you can kind of do anything you want. But I could totally see doing that kind of thing too, like having more in-game modding. But yeah. So let's see, I'm gonna check. So we get the shop info here. Let's do that. Shop data. And now I'm gonna check like if shop data dot quest IDs. Or we're gonna say no quests is that. So if we don't have quests, we don't do any of this stuff. So now we're gonna say if no quests, then we do that. Or if, let's change it to has quests. We'll say true by default, doesn't matter. If I add money to Depths of Deceit, I likely will make it so you can script enemies with GD script or have templates. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to implement modding, honestly. There's a million ways to do it. Because you could do, like, yeah, like, you could have that kind of thing where it's, like, you just add on the GD script files and stuff, or, like, Starground, where it's more, like, raw modding, I guess, if that makes sense. There's a lot of ways to do it. Yes, right here, if quest is empty. I'll say elif has quests. So yeah, we'll do that. And then if we don't have quests, I'm also going to not allow people to access the quest menu. So we're going to say in here, else, and then go into the shop UI. So on our tab container, I can just say, oh, I'm pretty sure I can disable a button. I don't remember how, but it's like, I know there's a way to. There might be a function for it. I do that with the cell stuff. It should be in here somewhere. I know I do. I know I do. Here, there's probably a function for a tab container that lets me do it. Let me check. Set tab disabled. Yeah. So in here, we'll just say bop.set tab disabled. So the ID of the tab 012. Let's say yes, true disabled. Do I do that in here? Set tab Oh yeah, I do right here. That's in populate. I mean, I might as well just do it already. It doesn't matter. All right, so that should work now. It shouldn't try and access stuff like that if we don't need it. So if we go back into the vending machine, we don't really need this signal anymore because it's not going to use it. Anyways, you can make it so the mods tell the game what part of the code it is modifying to allow multiple mods. Yeah, I mean, you can, but it definitely gets complicated, doesn't it? That would be a lot of work. Close your scripts? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Why bother? I'm just gonna open them up again. Alright, let's go make sure this all works. It should be okay. And then it should not let me click on the quest tab for guys that don't have quests, right? Quest IDs was not a thing. Let's go figure out what's going on with that. And shop table. Oh, it's just because I didn't actually specify quest IDs. So let's just do that. I can just say... Let's see, quest table or quest list is equal to shop data.get quest IDs. And then default that to an empty array. And has quests is quest list is not empty. Let's try that again. Yeah, my desktop is pretty crazy, guys. You don't want to see it. Desktop jump scare. Oh, I can't move the window. Hold on. Rah! Okay, anyways. Alright, let's try this one last time. This is the final time I'm ever going to launch Starground and test it. It's funny because it's still... I thought it wouldn't have that. What's going on here? I had code in there to get rid of that. I thought. Here. If get portrait. If portrait's that. Otherwise we make it go invisible. So why did it not do it? That's really odd. Portrait image. It doesn't have one. So I don't know what's going on with that. It's a little weird. Why would that not work? I'm setting it to be invisible. Shop data.get portrait. If portrait. Weird. So many icons, I know, it's a lot. It's like it's setting it to a texture or something, which is really odd. Let's just print what's happening in here. Okay, how is it getting a valid portrait? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I might be doing a funny in here. That might be the problem. Because I say if portrait. I need to say if portrait image. Okay, that's the mistake. So now that doesn't show up for things without that. So yeah, quest is disabled now for a shop that doesn't have any, so that's good. Might even delete that node just so it doesn't show up. Yeah, it seems to be working pretty well. I need to change dynamically like which menu is open first. So Kabali Pena, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, that one's all good, and then he has quests, so it shows, yeah. Cool. Redeem. redeem, and then it's no more quests. Alright, cool. Allow automation in the space hub. I don't know. I think the people that live here would not be very happy about you building stuff for your own personal gain. So they'd probably get pretty angry at you. Also, I think Godot changed something with these tabs that's kind of annoying. I keep noticing it, but it's like the tab you're not clicked on is very gray, and I don't like it. The text, you know, because it's hard to tell, like, I don't know, it just looks off. I want to change the color of that. So font hovered color is not pure white for some reason. So let's change that to pure white. I just want font default color, like... I think that's font unselected color right here. It should still just be white, I feel like. I don't know. It didn't seem to do anything, though. Maybe it's because it's not a tab bar. Or maybe that's just how it is on the button? I don't think so, though. I can change the font color here to be white. Yeah, it's weird that the default color is not white. Like, it's just slightly off-white. I don't know. God, I gotta set all of these. Okay, those are all white. Weird. Am I crazy? No, that one's not white. Only some of them are not white. I don't get what's... I don't get why Godot does that. I don't know. Okay, that still didn't do it for this one. I don't know what this node is. It's like... There's a tab container. Let's see if that works. Yeah, there we go. It's annoying. It's probably not pure white because off-white is more readable than pure white. Yeah, I mean, I think the main issue here is I don't like it when it's like gray. I could just copy the default color over here that they have and put that in. It just feels like this button's not clickable when it's gray like that because it's like the same gray as the disabled button. I don't know, it's just weird. But yeah, I fixed that, so that should be fine now. We can get rid of this stuff in here because I don't think it matters. I guess we can get rid of all this stuff again. Okay. Now we should be good. Yeah, I just feel like that makes more sense. Because, I mean, maybe it's just partially my fault. Because of the color of the UI, but I don't know. I mean, I could tweak the colors a little bit. We can make it so that the selected tab is... Let's go in a tab container. Because there's tab, all these ones. Hey, it's like, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, how's it going? It's been a little while. Hey, what have you been up to today? Splishy splash, yeah. Yeah, what's going on? First RPL review, welcome in. Yeah, we are just working on a couple little random UI things. I want to change some of these. So this I'm gonna do. I think we're gonna knock this up a notch to be bright. So let's go get the colors we need. So I think instead of that color there, trying to figure out what color that is. I think that's our darkest color. So I want to change that one to this. And then the other one to this one? I don't know if that's right. That was tab hovered. Okay. Let's see, what did it look like before I did that? I can't undo it. Doing good, thanks. You know, learning Linux, C++, new Vim. Oh, okay, nice, nice. Oh, you've been lurking? Ah, okay. Yeah, we've been just working on a couple random things today. We're working on this whole, like, portrait system for the NPCs, so I can show you guys what that's all about here in just a moment. It's going pretty good. We've already got all the portraits drawn, so I'm just kind of getting all the code stuff set up. I'm changing a couple little color things though on these tabs. I don't like how the normal selectable tab is like way too dark. It just seems a little odd. So I'm changing the unselected tab. So we got tab focus, tab hovered, selected, and then unselected. We're gonna make unique here. And I don't remember what the default button color is, but I think it's this. Well, here, let's just grab it from here. Let's just copy normal. Well, let's not copy normal, but let's copy the colors. We got that one, and then the border color is whatever. Okay, back over to here. So unselected. Boom. Then back to button, border color. Yeah, I like how that looks a lot better now, I think. Wait, sorry, I'm missing a million messages over here, probably. Love how Microsoft came out with a fix on local account that 12 hours later was fixed again by just downloading a file during... Yeah, we just went through that. It's just building a computer. It's so stupid that they're trying to block people from just making local accounts. I don't really get what the benefit of that is, honestly. It seems a little silly. But yeah, whatever. At least there's always ways around it. It's funny because, like, they need a way around it, Microsoft. So there's always going to be some kind of back door in there, you know, that lets you do it. It's stupid. I don't know why they have to block regular people from doing it. I hope things are good. Unfortunately, I'm way past bedtime time, so I'm going to raid the fridge and pass that out. Yeah, feel free to. But yeah, thank you so much for coming in, though. I do really appreciate it. Sam, do Microsoft in my life? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd still use Windows. I like Windows. I just wish it wasn't stupid. But eventually, I'm sure I'll probably try and see what alternatives there are. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Trying to figure out if there's a way I could, like, I don't think I could cut the shadow on the bottom, unfortunately. It would be kind of cool, though. I mean, I could, like, up the shadow like that, and then it wouldn't show up down there. But it still kind of shows up, so it doesn't really fix anything. It's fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, I mean, there's anti-aliasing stuff, content margins. None of that's really what I want, but it's okay. Okay, but yeah, this should work now. Let's save, load into the game. Highly recommend trying Linux. It's like 5 minutes to get up and running. Yeah. No, it looks pretty easy. I mean, that's not really the hard part. Installing Linux is nothing. The thing for me is just the, like, whoa, what? Oh, I thought this was an F. It was just like a weird, funny subpixel. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The reason why I haven't fully swapped over yet is just because, like, I've been using Windows ever since I've been born, practically. So it's gonna be really hard for me to fully like change it, you know, everything, and go completely over to Linux. I don't know. It's just a really huge jump. I mean, there are some things that I can't really use on Linux, but that's not really a, you know, that's nothing. There's pretty much everything I use can be on Linux, but I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's big swap over at everything. And the other thing too is like, there's a lot of video games that are not on Linux. And I do like to play video games, so that would be kind of like my big problem. I know there's like Proton or whatever, so you can emulate Windows games on Linux, but I have heard firsthand experience that there are, you know, lots of compatibility issues that can happen with that. Even like the same thing has happened with Starground. People have ran into issues. So I don't know. It's something that I'm just kind of thinking about, but I'm not going to fully bite the bullet until I feel like it's the right time, you know? League of Legends on Linux, I'm out, yeah. Makes you realize it's not that different once you learn a bit. I mean, yeah, the general operating system I'm sure is pretty similar, but try to do Proton with League, you'll get banned. Yeah, that's really my one problem, is just the game stuff, game compatibility. Because not everybody makes a native Linux build, and so there's a lot of games that'll probably break if I try and run it on Linux. I don't know. You know, I'm conflicted. One day I'll probably try it out. I think I might just make a little separate computer and put Linux on it and just try that. I mean, I've used Linux before, but only really in a strictly development capacity. It's like, obviously for programming and stuff, Linux is great, but I just don't know how Linux would be for everything else, though. I need to like actually use it just as a casual computer versus as just, you know, development server. And that'll probably help me kind of inform my decision a little bit more. Show mid Linux talk? Yeah. We're just talking about Linux stuff. One has been getting better. Could you use Windows installers most of the time? I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna have to test it out, right? That's really the only way for me to truly tell, I feel like. But yeah. Screeves not all that difficult to learn. Yeah, I mean, I've used Linux before, so I've already know how to use Linux. I had to do a lot of Linux development when I was in university, because all the like servers, the computer science servers were Linux, so I got pretty used to it. It's not like I know nothing about Linux. But I just don't know, like, yeah, like I was saying, what it's like to just kind of use as a casual operating system. Because the problem with the times I've used it, it's only been for programming. So I just don't know, like, how is it to play games? How is it to just do general purpose computer stuff? That's what I need to, like, test out, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Windows is fine most of the time. There are some things that are annoying about Windows, but, like, fine. I mean, the local account thing is stupid, but it doesn't, like, I mean, once you're in, it doesn't matter. So I don't know. Spent hours updating my Linux on this old PC because my main PC died. It's definitely not super simple. Yeah. Nowadays, some distros are very well prepared and stable. Yeah. So I've never had any issues playing games other than Fortnite doesn't work anymore. Yeah. It's not only necessarily the games that I can't play now, but also just the stuff that it potentially does lock me out of trying if I want to. That's the other thing. I mean, like, I can't really think of one game that has Linux support and not Windows support, you know? But I can definitely think of quite a few that don't have builds for Linux, so I don't know. This is one of those things. But I don't know. I'll just have to try it out and see. That's it. There's not really much else to add beyond that. I would just have to try Linux and then see if I actually like it. I'm sure it will be probably fine, but, you know, don't know. Microsoft spying on me is annoying. I mean, yeah. It's, Windows is a little funny about that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've played so many games on my Linux machine this year. It's so good. It works great on Linux, yeah. I'll probably try it out. But yeah, I don't want to, like, dive into the deep end and fully, like, convert my main computer. I'll probably build a secondary computer or just put it on my, like, I have, like, a server that I have stuff on. Maybe I'll just install Linux on that. Yeah, it's hard to say. Anyways, I think this new button stuff works. Yeah, I was always weirded out before the ones that you could click on were dark like this, because it was like, ooh. But I think it's a little more obvious now that, like, okay, yeah. Because it's just in line with how the regular buttons in the game look, like this, so I think it makes more sense. Yeah, test Link's second little computer, see how amazing it is. Windows never looked back in that order, yeah. We'll see. What I did was desktop, PC, Windows, and laptop always Linux, yeah. That's totally fair. It's probably I'd end up doing something sort of like that. So I kind of don't like how his eye here is squished a little bit. Let's just do that. Oh, I gotta wait for it to update. There we go. That's a little better. All right, well, the portrait stuff is working really well. The buttons are fine. Let's add in some quick little code to decide which button is actually the first one to be selected. That should be really easy. We can do that down and populate. I don't really know why. I guess it's just because I'm checking. I mean, there's a easier way to do this, so let's just... Oh, I'm also setting... Okay, well, yeah, no. Well, let's just do this up on top. Okay, so we're just gonna go down the list. So we're gonna say if shop data... get by default is empty array dot is empty. So if it's not empty, otherwise we're going to disable it. And if it's not empty, we're going to set our focus onto that. So that's set active. I know there's like a way to set our active tab. Let's figure that out. Also, we got ads starting just a moment. My apologies. So get pop-up. I guess I can just say current tab is equal to 0. Okay, and now just going down the list. See, how do we want to do this, though? I mean, I guess it'll work. But if we have multiple tabs, I just want it to stop at this one and then end. So that's the thing here. I can have another else statement. I mean, I guess we could just do this. I mean, we could just put this into a function. Let's just call setup. Initial tabs. Because then I can just return, right? Okay, so anyways, now in here, if this is valid, then we just say return. That's it. And then same thing down here. Let's check that stuff. So instead of checking buy, we're going to check sell. If it's not empty, then we're going to set our tab to sell. Like that. Current tab to 1. So that should work. Then we'll do the has quest one last. I guess this one can go first because we need to know this stuff. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's just go ahead and do this in a separate spot. Let's put that there. Because that's kind of separate from whether or not the button's enabled. And then in here we do the same thing. Oops. So now we're going to check if has quests. Then current tab is 2, menu type is quests, return, otherwise we set tab 2 to disabled. Alright, anyways, that should work now. It'll just kind of set up all the disabling of tabs that don't have anything in them and stuff, so we should be good to go now. Alright, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Should make it so when ads appear, automatic subtitles appear on your stream, covering 2/3 of the screen. Why? Alright, let's go back into Space Hub. Stream gets muted when ads appear. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine. Really what I wish is that I could just disable all of the ads, but I know that's not feasible, unfortunately. Also, that did not seem to disable the tabs. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, it's because these are returning before the other ones happen. I see. I'm gonna have to do a different way of doing this. I'm just gonna say var tab selected is false. And then on all of these I say if the tab is not selected, then I do that and set it to buy. Right? Because otherwise I do want these to be able to disable themselves. So yeah, so that should be good. Oh, then also in here we had to say tab selected is true. Don't like how a spinbox can't be focused? Is that true? I feel like that's doesn't make any sense, because I'm pretty sure you can use a spinbox with a controller. Unless I'm just wrong. Okay, let's see if that works now. So if I go back into the shop, yep, quest is disabled. We're automatically on the buy tab. Yeah, so that works pretty well now. Okay. And same with all these guys. This guy doesn't have sell or quest, so you can't click on them. Alright, cool. I think we're good to go then. I tried that. The controller can focus it, but the code won't count if you use has focus. Really? That's a little weird. I wonder if they've changed that behavior in 4.5 or not. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I guess... let's just double check that all this other stuff still works fine, because that's something I haven't really checked. Let's go back to Burgundy since he... Well, let's just go to Basola, I guess. So, like, buying something, let's make sure I can still buy things. Give myself some coins. I have to have inventory space for it, of course. Oh no. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that still works totally fine. The action button is working. If I like buy all of these, it should yeah, so now I can't do anything. And then if I go over to Bud, I should be able to sell the same things. Let's make sure. And there's a sell all button, but that would be dangerous. Let's try it. Yeah, it works. Okay, so I think everything seems to be working just fine then. We're able to talk to Burgundy, and then he has the quest that we can do. We can redeem. No more quests. Come back in 5 minutes. So yeah, it'll automatically refresh every 5 minutes, so I think we're gaming. I think we're good. Time to kill everybody. It did actually take my bombs, didn't it? It didn't seem like it did. Let's load back in just to make sure. You can't grab focus it without giving errors either? That's whack. Yeah, really weird. Okay, I have 99 nuclear bombs. Let's see what happens when I accept these quests. Oh yeah, I don't think I actually have code for taking away the items yet. So we need to add that. Let's go do that then, shall we? So when we hit the action button, which is what I call it now, right here, if we're trying to purchase, we do that. If we are redeeming a quest, we do this stuff. Gonna shower, then head to bed. You people take care. Have a nice rest of the weekend. Sounds good, Ratsa. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. A good shower. Get some Z's. Alright. So what happens here is we say active quest complete. For Iron Reward, we create the item. And then we say remove quest. But yeah, we don't even have anything in here that removes. So let's do this. For item in active quest dot requirements. Now we're gonna say player inventory dot remove amount. Then we're gonna say item dot ID, item dot amount. So let's see if that works. Also, when you go to Linux, try Garuda for form over function. Garuda, huh? I can check that out. So, hey, new Jank, welcome in. What's going on? Okay, let's quit out and see if this works again. Yeah, what have you been up to? Much just chilling, yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're just working on some shop stuff right now. I'm getting it set up so quests are kind of just integrated into each NPC. So you can go into the buy and sell tabs, but then also over to the quest tab. This should now consume my items. Let me make sure. Yeah, it did. So yeah, it's looking pretty good here. So yeah, anyways, I think we're all set. The only thing I don't know if will work is if I try and do that on a client. I think it's going to not remove the items. Because it's doing this only on the client side, so it's just going to remove the items on the client and then not update on the server. So I'll probably have to do this function call on the server. Should be pretty easy. I think I can just say function remove items at RPC call local. And then just call remove items.rpc and pass in active quest.requirements. Because it's just dictionary, so it should be okay. So now I can say for item and items. And this has to be RPC ID 1. What do you mean, unexpected indent? I don't know why it's complaining. Oh, I didn't put a colon. Okay. How easy is it to set up multiplayer in Godot? It's not, I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy. Multiplayer is never going to be easy, no matter how streamlined or simplified the tool is, I feel like, but it's definitely doable, though. I would say it's easier than a lot of other engines. Way easier than it is on the Game Maker. Game Maker is a nightmare for doing multiplayer. It's hard to say if it's how it compares to Unity. I haven't really done multiplayer in Unity, so I have no idea. But I imagine it's probably a similar process as it is to Unity. So, it's definitely doable, though. Also, Kankles, welcome in. How's it going? Good progress slope steady, yeah. Okay, so this should work now. Now, the only thing is getting that player reference. I don't know if this object will instantly get the player reference here. I guess it will. Yeah, it'll have a player reference, so that should be fine now. I'll have to restart the game, but we should probably test this out in multiplayer really quick. Make sure it all works. Yeah, now that the quest stuff is basically done, I'll go through and actually add in new quests now. Because the quest we have in there right now is just kind of a placeholder quest. Obviously, we're not going to be trading nuclear bombs for like 2 steel. That's just ridiculous. So we're going to change that around a little bit. We're probably going to do more reasonable trades, believe me. Let's do that trade. No. Oh, I didn't change my username. It's gonna be like, you're the same player. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Ugh. I want to make a super fast racing game where you can race against your friends. Yeah. You could definitely do that. I feel like it really depends on the kind of game you're making for how difficult the multiplayer would be. Because, like, something like that, I think the multiplayer would be extremely straightforward. For a game like Starground, it is very not straightforward, so it's significantly harder. It just depends on the kind of game you're making. Let's give these items to my friend over here. Alright, so he has items. Let's see if I can trade and do stuff. I don't know why it's clicking twice. I don't know why it's clicking at all, to be honest. Weird. Well, anyways, we can go to the quest tab. Do this stuff in here. Let's see if I can redeem this. So that didn't give me items or do anything really. I think the issue is because also I realize this is happening on the wrong guy. So yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's see, how do we want to do this? We could have a just call this function redeem quest. So we're going to pass over this same thing here too. Like that. And it wouldn't be global active player position. Oh, I bet that's what the problem is, that this guy picked up the rewards because it... Yeah, so let's not say global player position. Let's say, We do have player inventory dot get parent dot global position. I'll just specify here. Server only. So this will be rewards and requirements. Alright, hopefully that works. So now we're going to say for item and rewards, for item and requirements. So that should work, I think, hopefully. RPC ID 1. I don't know why I didn't remove the items from them. Oh, it's because I didn't say any peer on that, so that should fix all the issues, I think. Let's make sure that this all works. Would you have to do some predictions when moving really fast due to latency for like the fast, like a multiplayer racing game? Yeah, I mean, there's always like, oh, what just happened here? Attempted free a ref counted object and choose weighted loot. Rangen. Clear gen is false. If not rangen, then I create a new rangen. And then clear gen is true. If clear gen, rangen free. Is random number generator now no longer something that needs to be freed? Because it's ref counted now. Interesting. They might have changed that because I know before I kept having issues where I had to free my random generator. But now it's ref counted, so I guess you don't need to do that anymore. Let me see where else I do .free. Because I know I do that in other places. So that one's okay there. Shop controller. It's also okay. Save load menu. That should be okay. Input box. Mainly looking for like freeing of the random generators. The tool wheel. I use free more than I thought. Yeah, script.free command. Okay, so that was basically the only one. So I think we're okay. But yeah, anyways, latency would matter, yeah. There's always going to be some kind, challenges with every kind of multiplayer game you make. I mean, yeah, you'll have to do some prediction stuff, but it's not really that hard to do that, especially since Godot has built-in interpolation. It's not a huge challenge. You just kind of have to say, like, what is your current speed? And then just kind of say, okay, if your velocity is 2, then you're going to be, 2 pixels ahead of wherever. So it's not as complicated as it seems. All right, let's try this again. And, like, as long as people aren't interacting with each other, it shouldn't really matter. Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah, exactly what you said, Bobby. Because, like, if you're just racing against each other and there's not a whole lot of, like, things that happen between other players, it shouldn't be a huge deal. It just depends, right? There's so many different factors that go into that kind of question. How hard is multiplayer? Because it just entirely depends upon what kind of game you're making and how it works and everything, So. Alright, let's try this again. So let's go pick up some items from this other guy. Hey, buddy, here's some nukes and some iron. Treat yourself. Don't spend it all in one place. Okay, let's try it. That seemed to work. Iron? Yeah, that's working. Alright, we're good to go then. Just want to make sure that's all working on multiplayer. It's way easier to make sure that stuff works now, rather than later. Quest list is already shadowing another one, huh? Oh yeah. Because we already have quest lists, don't we? Do we not? Declared at line 14, huh? Oh yeah, there it is. Let's call this, quest array. Okay. Well, is that the only place I use quest array? Let's think for the hydrate. Yeah, if that's the only spot I'm using it, let's just put it there. Since I'm getting an array as the default anyways, we don't need to actually turn it into a variable. Alright, that's looking pretty nice now. Yeah. We're gaming, guys. I still need to add in sound effects and everything, but that's pretty, non-important, so... It's like a drag strip, yeah, type race. Ooh, generated. I reported a big bug today with the not generating dungeons. Oh yeah, I didn't really fully look at those, but let's take a look at that right now. You just put this in here. Yes, I saw ziplines not visible. That, so not caused by the cooling system. It probably has to do with all the changes I made at the doors. So I can probably go through and fix that. It's probably just a timing issue. And then dungeon not generating. This issue... Zero, go into the star launcher again. It's on every save. You go to the dungeon, then load the save again and go to the dungeon again. Okay, so you're saying if we... Let's attempt that right now. Let's stop running 2 instances. So it has to do with loading into a save again. Let's turn off the multiple instances. So let's try it out. I'm going to create a save. So I'm going to go into the dungeon. Do you have to save again in between, or do you just like launch, go to the dungeon? So I'm here in the dungeon. And then I'm in multiplayer mode, so I can't. Hold on. Let me just go into single player. Okay, so I go into the dungeon. Then I load. Go into the dungeon again. Or load into the same save. And then I go in again, and it doesn't load. Yeah. That's really odd. I wonder why it does that. Why would it just not load again? There must be some variable I'm probably not setting properly, or like forgetting to set in between saves. I bet it has to do with the active dungeon array or something like that. Since that's in global. Yeah, I think I might know what's causing that. So I'll definitely fix that. Thank you for finding that, though. I had no idea that was a thing. Yeah, pretty wacky. What region does it think I'm in, actually? I wonder. Because I noticed that the map's just black. It's not, like, actually generating, like, the dungeon rooms. So that's a little odd. hear it. No, I'm in the right region, so I don't know. Pretty odd, yeah. It's a little funny. I'll have to figure that out. And you're also saying that you can't see the zip lines on Tephra? Let's go look at that. Yeah, they're just invisible. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. Weird. Also, why is my, like, position on the zipline whack? Also, what? Why am I, in check? I think it's check, unless it's not. Hold on. Let's look at the, translation sheet. Actually, that might have been that issue. I think we fixed it before. I just don't think I've updated the translation sheet yet. So, we'll have to do that. Yeah, this is definitely a quirky bug with the zip line. Like getting the doors set up because it's drastically changed now. Okay. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Yeah, I'll dive into that. All right. So yeah, the map stuff is fine. Yeah, it must just be with the other dungeon generating thing. Is the must be a variable I'm not resetting. Yeah, it's so weird that I'm offset. Like I'm down and then I'm up. Like, what's up with that? That's a little weird. It is properly like setting up the doors. So let's go look inside of the door script really quick. Oops, a Dior. So right here is I do set zipline. So that sets these zipline points. It sets the zipline position. It does all this stuff. It just configures the ziplines. So am I still calling set zipline, or did I like forget to do that or something? I do it inside a set TP position, but I don't think I actually use set TP position anymore. So that's probably the issue. Yeah, I'm not calling set zipline anymore. And I don't think I call set TP position. Oh. No, I do. Okay. Weird. So, where am I calling this, though? This is in set connections. Okay. I say set TP position. It should be working. Is it just not printing this in here, I wonder? Let's make sure. Could just be another weird position-related thing that's just breaking it. So thank you for the spin, Bobby. Oh, and Ryan. Sorry, I missed that. Welcome in, Ryan. Oh, right. It's like it's just Enceladus that breaks for some reason on that. Yeah, it's still saying So it is running that code. It must just be that the stuff set in here is wrong. Because I'm saying to local TP position. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, no, but I set TP position right there. Weird. I'm just gonna pass in endpoint then. Instead of using this TP position stuff. Try that. Unless what's happening is that they are actually drawing their things, but it's just in the completely wrong place. It's possible. Like if I do zoom limit false, or whatever zoom limit, and I just zoom out, I want to see if they are somewhere. And they're just offset wrong. I could just walk over, so I could say move speed 100. Oh yeah, no clip. Let's see, are they drawing over here? No. So that's a little weird. I'm not sure what would be causing that. I must just have somehow broken my code for the zipline drawing. Yeah, I don't think it's culling. Although that could potentially... No, because it draws from the one you're on, so... Should be okay. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. So I say set TP position. Let's print out what it is. I'm going to print endpoint. We should just have from 0. And then inside of door, we have this zipline line 2D. It's going to be a packed vector array. And this is setting all the zipline offset stuff. Let's try this again. This is witchcraft, me zooming around with no zoom limit. Yeah, there's some funny commands you can do. Alexa, down. Let's try this again. Just want to see if it's actually like getting a teleport position here. So obviously it is. I mean, we can see all of them right there. Still got to fix that UI over there. No idea what's going on. Okay, so they have positions, and we're saying 2 local on all those coordinates, so it should be fine. But yeah, like minus 40,000. Minus 224. Weird. Ziplined up points, and I'm saying it's visible. I would click on one of these doors, but it's gonna die. I can try it though. Dust. Sprite 2D. So that's the collision shape of that. I can go to remote view, but it's gonna die. Unless remote view is not stupid in 4.5, I doubt it though. There's just nothing in remote view, what? What is up with that? Is remote view just broken? Why is there just nothing in remote view? Weird. I doubt it's anything to do with the position of these, because these should just be, yeah, they're attached to the door. 0, 0. Actually, this is a... Oh. It's a packed vector 2 array. I am saying just 0 here. Let's say vector 2.0. I don't know why I just said 0 there. That's probably part of the problem. Maybe before in 4.4, you were able to do that. Just put 0 in, and then it turned into a vector 2, 0. But maybe it doesn't do that anymore. and it just breaks everything. Let's see if that changes anything. Maybe it like evaluates differently or something, I don't even know. Souls-like automation. Yeah. Let's see if this has done anything. No. I'm just trying to think, like, why would it be... Offsets are all whack. Oh. That goes to the boss, yeah. It's so odd. I wish I could actually click on one of these doors and view them, but it's just not gonna happen. Because Godot's very funny about letting me click on these things. I think I could just click on this and then see the door, but no. What is that sprite? Oh, is that the overlay of the other room or something? I guess. Okay, so that's the sprite. I'm on it. Yeah, remote view is just completely broken now. I don't know why I can't view remote view. It's a little annoying. Makes it so hard to debug stuff, man. Well, I don't know what to do about this. I can't see... I'm just gonna have to print everything out, I guess. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. So we've got that stuff set up. Let's go ahead and go into... I mean, yeah, this is saying if server, check valid, if valid, set type, and set connections. And in set connections, I do all this stuff. And I say if TP position is 0. Oh... No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess breakpoints, but it's not like a code thing. It's like I need to just see properties of the node, so I'll just print out variables. So connection self, I set connection. I'm gonna pass in that coordinate. It should be fine. Unless somehow this region... But no, I printed in there like it is printing this, so it is running this code. It's just so weird. That shouldn't matter. I mean, maybe it's because of the way this is like I need to do a new packed vector array. .new. And then I need to append values to this, maybe? I don't know. Append. Here, make sure this is typed. What is the... Okay, it's just append. Vector 2.0, and then we're gonna append this one. Could just be something weird like that, where it's just the wrong, like, data type. I really doubt it, but you never know. Feel awesome because I somewhat know Godot now, so I can actually help. Yeah. I do always appreciate it. So weird. I know endpoint is valid, so I could ignore that. Because otherwise the teleportation stuff would be completely broken. So I really doubt it's that. Let's just save all that. I mean, I don't think anywhere else in here I'm modifying the visibility of our zip lines, right? Oh. I set that false, like, too late. That's probably what's happening. So everything else I did is probably okay. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter. This also works, so... Let's see if that fixes it. It's one of those funny bugs where it's only on the server. Those almost never happen. I still don't know why the zipline offsets, though, are completely wrong. Because, I mean, maybe it's not wrong. Maybe it's just an illusion. But it seemed like I was, like, going above and then below the zip lines. We're going to find out what's going on with that. Also, what is going on? Okay, so I am following the correct path of the zip line, but for some reason it's just up like that. No idea why that's like that. It looks like the down and up ones are fine. Nope, they're also broken. So weird. Oh, but see, it's like, what is going on? When I go to the right over here, I'm down. So there's definitely something wrong with, like, the offsets. Right? Weird. So odd. So I'm going to be appending the 0, yeah. And then 2 local endpoint plus position offset. Maybe it's that is the problem? So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Let's regenerate them and see what they look like now without the offset. No, they're even worse now, aren't they? No, they're not worse, but they're still broken. Although for some reason the down ones now seem to be fine. Yeah, so that one's good. So Bobby, thank you for the follow. Don't know why it's so weird. Yeah, this is the one downside of upgrading your engine, because I'm pretty sure all of this was working totally fine. I don't know if this necessarily has to do with the changes I made, because it seems a little wild. I just don't know why it would be so insane. It's too local to this. And even if I add the position offset, it doesn't seem to matter. I don't have one for... Okay, no, that's... Yeah. Right there. Is it just because that one's not, like, being set, or because the way that this evaluates now is not the same anymore? That could be that. It only happened a few times, but let's see if that was the proper number of times. So it should happen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times? It did. Okay, so it's running that bit of code, so it's not that. What's up with this? Is it because I'm saying 2 local after... No, that should be okay. I mean, I can add... I really doubt this is anything, but I could put position offset in there. Odds of that making a difference are 0. Well, let's see. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's so weird. Does it do that? Do I just need to increase the offset here? I have that set to minus, which doesn't that seem wrong? I say position plus that. Let's go back here. Should just be to the right. So that gets that one to almost the proper position, but it's still off. That's so weird that it's changed somehow, like the position stuff. It really doesn't make any sense. What could have changed that? Is it because of the way I'm doing set TP or something? It's like just the wrong value right here. Hit TP position. How do I get accurate local position? So I just get all that stuff plus the position of the door. Is it because I'm doing plus connector position? I mean, that should be fine. Let's think here. So we get the general position of the room, plus location, then plus connector position. So that should be plus... Yeah, plus. It should be okay. And that one should be fine too, because it's going to be passing in position of itself. The only thing I can think of is that the door position is offset a little weird. It's just so weird. Why is it... It's weird. I wish I didn't have to make them local, you know? It's probably just because this is 0 and not actually the position offset. Because then when I do this one, it just breaks everything. So let's try this now. I think that's actually the problem. I don't know how that would have broken in the first place, but you never know. Okay, so that definitely has not fixed it. Oh, I'm doing position offset. I want zipline offset, right? Right? Let's try this. Okay, so the starting one is accurate now, but then the end one is wrong. So weird. Zipline offset. I think we can turn this back into just a regular array. So we're just going to say it's just easier to edit. And I do want the position here, dot position to equal zipline offset. I guess then I just say to local endpoint and I don't even worry about that. See if that works. It's still broken, but the starting position is proper. But for some reason, it's just the ones going to the side. They're like weird. The up and downs are mostly fine, except that one's broken. What is going on, brother? Okay, position offset is for the endpoint there. So I think that fixes the up and down, but let's go make sure. What was the issue for them not showing? I missed it. We fixed the not showing up issue. That was just a weird little visibility thing. It was just the order in which I was making the zip lines go invisible, so that was an easy fix. Okay, that doesn't even work now. It just breaks it. So if direction is down, I set that to -20. Maybe we don't set position offset for down. Okay, down is proper, up is proper. So those are fine. You can see that. But for some reason... the side ones are still whack. I just don't get it. I don't know what is making it at a slight diagonal like that. It starts at 0. The endpoints are just set to 0 and 2 local endpoints. Is it because I'm setting the position before I set the points and so it messes it all up? Let's try that. Maybe that'll fix it. It still doesn't fix it. What is going on, dude? If I don't do any offsetting, it's still completely broken. Like, I can get rid of the position offset thing, and we can look at that. But it's still going to be messed up. Because that position offset doesn't have any, like, it shouldn't even be set to anything. Yeah, all that does is just break the vertical ones. So it's not that. Okay, so zipline coordinates is 0. If we say to local endpoint, should still be at 0. I don't know. Part of me wants to just make these zipline lines like separate position-wise, so we don't have to say too local anymore. I wish there was a way to set a global point on a vector on a line 2D. Let me see. Because it seems like we just have points. The only thing I can think of is that it's like position gets updated or something. So we call the update or the to local, but then the position is different after. I'm just going to print this. I'm going to print global position and I'm going to print endpoint. Because I want to see like what the difference is between the two. Their X or their Y value should be the same, but maybe for some reason it's not. So that one's just going down, going down. I believe that one's also, no, that one's going to the side. So why is it offset by 24 pixels? That's the issue. So it's going from minus that to minus that, so it's going to the left. But for some reason the second connection point has an extra 24 on it. The only thing I can think of is that this has a default height set to it. No. Instead of saying to local, because that seems to be whack, maybe, is I'm just gonna say endpoint is equal to global position minus endpoint. So that should just get the difference, which I think theoretically should just be local. Watch it be like completely broken now. Probably will be. Okay, there must be something weird happening here. Zipline offset is minus 48. I can completely get rid of that line, but I imagine it's still going to be messed up. I only have to say endpoint minus goal position. Can try that. Hard coding. I don't know how else you would code this though. It's not. It wouldn't. How else would you code it? It has to be hard coded. Okay, so that's just wrong. I don't understand why it's just randomly 24 pixels different. Raycast would be very bad for performance, though, so that wouldn't really be a good solution. It would significantly increase the load time for dungeons. So minus 24 and then positive 24. Endpoint is just the position. Unless I'm thinking of this wrong and that set TP position is actually set different. No, because I do that in the final teleportation, so that should literally just be the global position of the person. Unless I'm somehow doing this connector position thing wrong. But I really doubt it. Unless in my set type for the doors, I'm offsetting the position of the doors. That's probably what's happening. So I'm offsetting... Okay, so what I probably need to do is make sure set type happens... Let's see. I could do set type after set connections. Right? Dir position should be okay. So that should fix the issue, I believe. So we can go back to what we had before. So it was that the position of the other doors was just actually being changed, I think. Let's go ahead and settle this stuff back to normal and try this again. There we go. Better. Now it's not my arc of movement is still off, so that's something that still needs to be fixed, but they're straight at least. Okay, anyways, now we can continue fixing the offsets and everything. Zipline offset. Position offset, that should be fine. 0. Yeah, I mean, that should be setting it to minus zipline offset. Seems like it's pushing it down, though, which doesn't make any sense. I should have moved it up. Seems to be not doing anything. Somehow. Zipline offset. I don't think I'm setting that anywhere else. Weird. Let's just set it to like a manual value. I just want to see what that looks like. Because it seems like it's just not changing for some reason. Okay, so that is changing it there. Then why would setting it to... So that should be 0. That should just be static minus 48. I mean, let's just try that again. Unless 48's not enough. Okay, so obviously that works. So then why is setting zipline offset not valid? So ABS direction 2i is equal to 2i dot right. Should be working. And then I say position is zipline offset, which is minus 48. Let's load this up again. Get out of here, mini tool partition wizard. I'm gonna uninstall it, dude. It's constantly bothering me. That's so weird that the... Okay, so there must be an issue with that for some reason. I don't know how. But we set zipline offset to minus 48. And then we set position to zipline offset. But somehow it's not at the proper value. So it must be that this is not now again evaluating to the same thing. So that's a little weird. Directions to vector 2. I don't need to do all this garbage stuff in here. Let's just say if dir is equal to vector 2 dot right. Or dir is equal to vector 2 dot left. Maybe let's try that. Since those are like values that I hard code, it should be fine. They shouldn't ever like have rounding floating point issues. But it doesn't seem to do anything. Let's print some stuff. Should be printing that when I generate. It's just not printing that, which is really weird. Oh, I know why that's happening. It's because we don't have our direction vector set by the time we do set zipline. So that's the issue. Because set connections, I think, is where we... Is that where we figure out our direction? Or set type is where we calculate our direction. Okay, but we can instead just use this direction string. And that would be fine. So let's just say if direction is equal to left or... Yeah, I don't know why I changed this. The other ones already use the strings. So that's a little weird. Well, anyways, this should now finally work, guys. Let's see. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, and then let's make sure that we properly go across the line. Nope, we do not, so have to fix that. It looks like we're taking the same path that we were before when the zip lines were broken, so yeah, you can see that. Does it also do that on the down? No, the down one's totally fine. I imagine the up one is also totally fine. Let's check. Yeah, both of those are fine. Yeah. I don't know why we're going up. Let's go look at the code for like how we handle that. So it's in here where we enter. Gonna do all this stuff. So in here, we are doing... It's the set zipline status stuff, I think. Okay, so if we use ziplines, this is what we do. We say speed, blah, 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 tween. And then we say tween property, body, global position. And I think we snap our position here, yeah. To position. Plus player offset. What is offset? Okay. position. Position is set here, which is just TP position plus offset. That's for like the teleportation offset, I believe. Plus dir times 24. So dir times 24, if we're going to the right, that shouldn't matter. Because that's just saying go 24 pixels to the right. Offset, let's figure out where that's being applied and stuff. Let's do whole words only. So offset is set up in all of these in the doors here. And those should just be matching the positions. Except for the bottom, or the right one. Okay, the left and right one are off. Yeah. Okay, I think what we need to do instead of using offset there... Offset makes sense for the teleportation, but for that... I don't think we want to use that. What if we just get rid of offset? What does that do? Let's see. It kind of almost fixes it. It's still going up a little bit, but it looks like it is mainly offset causing the issue. We could also just hide that. And then we wouldn't add the player offset. So we would just say player offset is equal to 2.0. See what that looks like. So that does end us up in an infinite death loop, though. This is the reason why we have offset as a variable. Or that's why we have plus dir 24. So that's not the issue. At least it doesn't seem to be. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's just offset that's breaking it. We'll just say TP position over here. So we're just gonna have two variables. We're gonna say global position is going to be equal to... Yeah, let's see. If I enter this at higher up, does it change my position on the zipline? No, so we do kind of snap in place, it seems. But where do I actually set that? Because I set it right here. Okay, yeah, it's equal to global position of the door. Plus offset, plus player offset. Let's just simplify all this, honestly. Get rid of all that stuff and just say go to TP position. And I want to see what that looks like. Okay, so that has the same issue. And I think it's because that was... Global position is now different from what our TP position used to be. So I actually want to say this is plus whatever our position is. So we're going to say our target position is TP position plus position. Obviously that doesn't fully work, but I just want to see what that does. Okay, so that does that. Or I'm not actually using that in the tweens and stuff. Let's do that. Yeah, so that's what's going on there. I went way too far. So we could probably fix that. Yeah, this whole door position stuff is causing issues. But it's fine. I guess I just don't get why my offset is set to 16 on the other ones, because otherwise everything would be fine. So that's probably the only thing I need to fix here. get rid of that. So target position is not going to be that. We're actually just going to set it to position. And then we're going to fix our offset here. Because there it's proper, but then on left and right it's less than our 24 for some reason. That's probably the thing that's breaking it. So let's do that. Let's regenerate the dungeon. Let's see if that fixes it. Nope, that seems to not do anything for some reason. Doesn't make any sense because it should be set to the same value now that the teleport, that our position changes by. So it should be minus 24. Weird. Thank you for the spin, Bobby. The second spin. It's all weird now, guys. Because before we would just set that teleport position as a standardized thing, but now it's like calculated differently, so that's why everything's broken. So we're just saying TP position plus offset. Offset's negative. I think that's part of the problem. So it should be minus offset, right? Oh my god. They're pretty crazy in here. So, hey, K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, let's try this now. Yeah, so that's... we were adding the offset for some reason. So that fixes that issue. The only thing is that's not the proper height that I want the player to go to, though. We do have this player offset variable, so that's like what we can do to change our target position, our initial position. So we can say plus player offset. And that'll fix our, like, not being on the zipline issue. But we still won't end up in the right vertical height at the end. So that just seems to be a little off now, actually. We don't have to do any stuff in the verticals because they're good. It's still just a little off. It's probably because I'm dividing it by 2. Let's try that. And now let's just add it by less. Oh, we need to add it by more. 24. Just got back from a pumpkin fest. 2,150 pound pumpkin size of car. That's crazy. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay, so we just want to say it that plus that, or divide by 2. And then like just plus. Let's just try 0. Peep what you said. I unfortunately did not, but I mean, I'm down to peep it on stream if it's something that you are fine with me peeping on stream, but if not, that's all good. I will actually look at it right after stream today. Yeah, I do apologize. Thank you, PG. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll definitely look at it after stream today. I'll write it down so I don't forget. I do apologize about that. Yeah, okay. It's written down. I will do it for sure. Sorry about that. Alright, that actually seems to be fine. Oh yeah, because our position stuff is offset by our height on the zip line, so actually everything's fixed. See, now we're at the proper height here. And even if we go in at like a weird height, it's still fine. Yeah. Alright, everything's been worked out then. It was just some funniness with our formulas here. Now the only other thing that I have to check on though is like regular doors. I need to make sure those are working. That seemed a little weird with the offset. NGL. I am kind of entering the door at the bottom for some reason now. Ugh. I can't kill him. The doors don't really matter though. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but it's just a little... It's a little annoying. Because then you can't just go straight back through. I just wonder why it's changing the coordinate there, though. I guess it's just how the offset stuff was. I guess actually I can adjust for the offset by... No, because that also does the initial... We just need like 2 different offsets. Because they changed the offset to be the same as the door position now. Because this is what we've got here now. So we've got that plus that offset will be negative y height. So I think what that means is that the position we end up on, like, because when we're on the right frame door, like one of these, we should be going there, but for some reason we're offset down by 16. So what I really need to do is just get rid of the offset when we're, like, not a zip line. Let's just honestly do this. Say zipline position has the offset, but normally it doesn't. That's probably going to fix all my problems, but I'm curious to see if it actually does. Let's just try that. So now that should be... Oh. What? I should do that now. Oh, because I'm saying minus dir. Whoops. Plus dir. Hold on, let's get back out of the dungeon. Okay, so here's regular dungeon coordinate. Boom. We exit right out at the 0 coordinate of the door. That's good. That's what I want. So now, let's check our zip lines. Also, let's check the verticals and stuff. Those seem to be fine. Let's check the down. Yeah, it seems all good. Okay, so that's worked out. Let's now go back to the zip line and just make sure that's also fine. It should be, I think. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Alright, guys. I think we're all sorted. Just had to fix some weird, funny position stuff. Maybe at some point I'll go back through the door script and, like, simplify everything and just get rid of unnecessary variables and stuff, but it works right now, so I kind of don't want to break anything. I think we'll leave it as it is. Anyways, we can continue on all the other stuff we were working on. So we fixed that issue. I'll just mark this off as well. I'll attach it to the pull request whenever. I'll just assign this to myself really quick. Dungeon not generating. So that's a bug we have to fix. It's very weird. So yeah, why does that happen? Let's figure that out. It seems like only after you load a save. Like the first time you're in a save, which is right now, dungeon generates fine. But then if I quit out, I think, then load another save. Then I think that's when the problem starts. And now I load back in. No, it's still... So it has to be right at the moment where you're like, you have to load while you're in game, I guess so. Yeah. So I'm in game. I go to the dungeon. And then I load this same save that I'm on right now. Let's wait for it to autosave really quick in here, though. Any second now. I swear, guys, it'll autosave. Eventually. Someday. Eventually. Come on. What do I have my interval set to? It should be 1 minute. Yeah, there it goes. Alright, now we load that autosave. This should be in single player mode. Okay. I go back into the dungeon. And then it breaks, right? Yeah. So it's got to be something with that, like with transferring between saves. I mean, it should have ran in here when I loaded that other save right there. Yeah, it's resetting game states. I know that it's resetting everything. The only thing I could think of is that's what's still active is, we have, in here, dungeon rooms. It's a new thing that I just added. It's possible that the existence of that is making everything break. So I can just make sure that in a global script reset, or it's not in there, it's in here, reset game, or whatever it is, reset. Game reset. I just have to make sure global.dungeon rooms is back to an empty array. Is it a dictionary? Yeah. Can I just say global.dungeon.clear? Yeah. So let's try that. Maybe that'll fix the issue. I don't know if that's the definite problem or not. Let's go ahead and duplicate exactly what we did before. So we continue into a game. Make sure it's single player. Yep. So now let's go into the dungeon. It's going to generate that list of dungeon rooms. Then I hit load, go back into the same save. It should have reset the global dictionary of dungeon rooms now. And then I teleport back into the dungeon. Let's see what it does. It still doesn't generate. Which is really weird. Also, it just looks like the code for generating the dungeon just didn't happen. So, that's kind of funny. Let's look inside of the script for this, because there's obviously something wrong with, like, the generation. So, it should be doing this. Let's just print and saying, generating dungeon. Does it still happen if I go in again? Let's see. Also think hydrate. It does, and it doesn't even generate. Like, it doesn't attempt to generate. So that's got to be the issue. Is that for some reason it's just not actually generating the dungeon. So let's go into the code of when we say generate or create dungeon or whatever. Like, what is blocking it? I think it might be this active dungeon IDs. I bet that's what it is. So we just have to make sure those get reset. Can I just say dot clear? Yeah. It's the easiest way to do it, honestly. Same with all these. Might be more performant. I don't really know what clear does. It's just doing resize with size 0. It's fine. It's just more obvious if I use dot clear, I know that that's my intention here with setting these back to empty. It doesn't really functionally matter, but it's just nice. Okay, I bet that's what's causing it. So let's go try this again. We're going to quit out. We're going to continue. We're going to go to the dungeon. So it should generate fine. And then we're going to load this save without going back to the main menu. Then we're going to go back into the dungeon, and it should generate now. Yes. All right, so that was a pretty easy problem to solve. Also go ahead and assign myself then, and who was that? The dungeon ID list was not cleared when reloading and not going to the main menu. Which will be closed out with next quest. And then same with this business here. Gone through and fixed some door offsets and ordering of functions. You will be fixed with next pull request. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I need to check on the synchronizer over here that we're actually doing this properly. Because we say set type and then connections, but here we say set connection, set type. So we have to swap the order here. It's not a big deal though. And that just goes visible for everybody, yeah, so that's fine. Alright. Yeah, bugs are getting squashed. It's good. That bug has probably been in the game for a while then. I just didn't know it existed, if I'm being honest. Also, all these other things should be cleared out. Load time start. That doesn't matter. Most of these don't matter if they get freed or cleared out or not, but... Ugh. Yeah, resource cap is a const. Rain color is just white. Available quests should probably also get cleared out, but it's fine. Okay, anyways. Yeah, we're gaming. Well, what else do we want to work on? Okay, we have an option. We can either go play some Voices of the Void for the last hour, or we work on more stuff. You get to decide, chat. What would you rather see? Play your game, Bobby? I could. More code? Alrighty. Let's see, what do we want to work on next? I guess let's just keep getting that bench finished, the artifact merging bench. It's getting there. I have it physically here, and it's a building. But right now it's just a copy of the crafter, so it doesn't, it's a little quirky. If I put iron in here, then I think it'll just, well, there's no power, so it doesn't work. And also I can break it, so yeah, there's a couple things we gotta fix with that. So in here, let's fix this. Let's make it, we have to mark it as being permanent right there. Easy. And then recipe building, all this stuff. We're gonna have to change all of that. I've been conflicted on whether I want this to be a recipe building or not, right? I don't know. On one hand, it makes sense. The artifact merging bench will let you merge artifacts together. So, for example, if you have... I don't have like a whiteboard to open here. Let's do that. 500 by 500. So if you have two different artifacts, it's like in Terraria, the Goblin Tinkerer's bench or whatever. You can have two artifacts, merge them together into one artifact. That kind of does the things of both of the other artifacts, but only takes up one slot in your inventory, right? So that's what that's all going to be about. Oh, I'm fine. So I guess I'm conflicted about whether I want this to just be like a different kind of building or actually like tie it into the recipe buildings in Starground. I don't know. I'm just thinking here. Yeah, I mean, I could probably tie it in. The way I kind of want it to work probably in terms of the UI is like we have two slots, right? These two slots then just have an arrow or whatever, blah, 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 progress bar, and goes into the final slot. So that's essentially exactly how the crafting UI works, because if we... Well, we're not in game anymore, but yeah. And I'm not going to have like a list that you can select and everything. It's just going to be like straight up. I mean, I guess we can have a list, just at least initially for testing, it would be fine. But I kind of want the recipe or the different artifacts you can merge to be a secret. So we'll see. I'll probably add on some more functionality inside of the recipe building to have the ability to like purposely hide the recipes. Also, what I'm gonna need is another like another thing set up for the recipe buildings, like shapeless recipes or automatically choose recipe, right? Because the thing here is that I want this to be like, it doesn't matter whatever which ones you put in here. I just want it to match whatever the first recipe it can find is. So instead of having to manually choose it, it's like it would be a way that I could actually then use the furnace as a recipe building instead of having their own scripts, because I do kind of not like how they're separate from the recipe buildings right now. So I'm considering doing that. I think it would be nice. We can have a list of all the recipes of the furnace, and then the furnace just kind of decides which one it's going to do, right? Based off of what your input item is. So that's kind of how it would work. I think it's definitely doable, so we'll probably do that. It'll be nice, I think. And then for two items, if we're doing like shapeless recipes, I guess I'll just check if it has either of those two items in any order. I'm not going to like, you know, make it order dependent, because that would be kind of unfair. If you're putting in different items to see what it does, then it has to be this one first and then that one next. It just seems arbitrary. So, yeah, we'll work on all that. I do have to leave for one moment, so we're going to open up the burb screen. But I'll see you guys in just a minute. Bye-bye. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. Let's get going. So yeah, let's add some functionality onto the recipe building. I'll probably just add that maybe as a tag in the... Where do I want to do that? Not inside of the UI, obviously. I could add it as just a tag here for each building. I do already have one for showing the recipe list, so I can purposely hide the recipe list, which is good. So that's already done. See, I'll probably just have them as tags just on the building scene. I might move those eventually into the buildings table, but we'll see. Anyways, let's add another thing here. Bar shapeless recipe. Be false. I'm gonna create a like tab for this. Export var, or like export category, and the name will be settings. It's not category. What is it? I want like a drop down. Not a directory. Flags. How do you do the drop down? Export group, right. There we go. Thank you for the spoon, Bobby. Then down here, this is going to be resources. And this stuff up here is kind of more like stuff you're not supposed to touch. Do not touch. I guess you can touch that stuff. The only thing you don't want to touch is crafting, but you can touch craft time and new recipe. Put those in there. Okay. So that's a little more organized now. And then inside of settings, we have shapeless recipe as a possibility. Can you stack speens? Theoretically, you can if you do it really fast. The speen doesn't really last for very long, so. And then let's see, on this one, I want to specify, like, to hide the recipe list for with more than one recipe. And then for shapeless recipe, it's or not a recipe needs to be in order if the and if it needs to be manually set. Okay. Yeah, if you guys do it both at the exact same time, then you can see you can see it just kind of it just kind of resets the animation and spins again. So that's what it really does. Ow. Hurt my hand, guys. I was building a computer and then the screwdriver slipped. No, it doesn't wait. So yeah, I guess you wouldn't really be able to do it then. Maybe we can add that on at some point if you want, guys. Also, really quick, just as a complete side tangent, I want to make it so when we stop the music, it doesn't show up on the overlay. So let's literally do that right now. It's like, what's the UI I have set for that? It's like a toggle music. So I just say background music stream paused. Okay. So all I have to do is just go into process and then set our little thing down here. That dot visible is equal to background music dot stream paused. Not. So now if I save that, if we pause the music, it goes away. So for when we're playing games and stuff that we don't want the music thing to be visible. Yeah, the Twitch overlay I've got set up is all in Godot. It's pretty cool. I'm using a Twitcher. I need to upgrade to Twitcher 2 because that came out. But Twitcher 1 still works fine, so yeah, it's been cool. It's really fun to develop stuff in Godot like this because there's so much freedom to do anything you want. But yeah, it's cool. It was definitely frustrating getting the initial like Twitch connection stuff set up, but once you do, it's neat. I've got a couple things, like basically everything is tied to this, right? So I've got like all the commands are tied to the overlay. Like when people subscribe, I do the confetti. when an ad is about to start, I can like do an announcement here that says like, hey, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, that's another thing that's in the overlay. All my like redemptions and stuff are in here. So you can see I actually have a 3D scene set up. That's where the chair is. This is kind of fun to make. And then over here is actually where I am. So I have like a physics shape on top that'll block like when the water rains down, I just have a particle emitter. It actually hits my head and then spews out. And these are the cheese particle emitters. I don't know what this one is. Let's play it and find out. Oh, that's the confetti, okay. Then I have a spotlight coming up just for cool lighting. But yeah, it's fun. I like doing the overlay stuff in here. Yeah, I definitely want to add more things in here. It would be cool. Then this is our camera. I have it finely tuned right now to be perfect, but you can change the FOV and then everything breaks. Yeah, I'd like to add in more rewards and stuff. It could be fun. And like, since it's a physical 3D environment, like we could add like, we could go crazy with it if we really wanted to. Like we could put a, like a plane in here, right? Let's just get like a CSG shape or whatever. Like this. Set the size to be huge. So now we've got this plane. And we could like set that right underneath my body or whatever. Now the only issue with the overlay is that the fact that my camera is just pasted on top. Maybe one day I'll actually make my camera a physical object in here. Yeah, you can, it's a little quirky. But then what that would allow me to do is actually layer, like depth layer my camera with 3D objects. It could be kind of cool actually. So I don't know exactly how I would do it, but I imagine there's a way in Godot to put the, like, have a video capture source. I don't know how to do it yet, though. But yeah, it could be super sick. It would let me, like, do wacky, funny stuff with my camera and stuff, so that would be kind of nice. I mean, it is really nice to have it in OBS, my camera, because I can, like, hide it and stuff, but, I mean, I can just add a button to the overlay to hide it, too. It should be fine. But yeah, definitely something I might take a look at eventually. All right, so the shapeless recipe thing, what that's going to do is we are going to figure out what the recipe is whenever an item has been added in here. So I think we're going to just have a signal here connected to our inventory. We're going to say building inventory dot inventory changed dot connect to find recipe. So this will kind of choose what the recipe becomes. And we're only going to do that if shapeless recipe. All right. So we're just going to say for I in building data, or we need to get our recipe data. I think we have that, don't we? Let's search for where we get our recipe stuff. The recipe table. Okay, it's just called a recipe. What do I actually say recipe is equal to? There it is. And change recipe. All right. I don't want an infinite loop with this. That's the only thing there. But we'll only change recipe if it actually changes, so let's go to find recipe again. So do I say change recipe right here? Yeah, I do. So we should have an initial recipe selected. It doesn't matter what it is, but... So we're going to say for I in recipe dot... Oh, well, we need to get everything. So we need to say for I in global dot recipe table dot get building ID. Let's just say for R. So we're looping through every single recipe. We're going to say, and then we're going to loop through for input in R dot, what's the word? Ingredients or input, whatever it is. Let's go look at recipe tables. Input, output, yeah. So as long as the ingredients match, then we know that that's the recipe we want. So we're going to say for input in r.input. And we'll say, let's just do this. Chosen recipe ID, or it can just be the actual thing. Godot supports video playback with the video stream player node. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that would probably work. I just need some way to get, like, video capture into it, though, right? So I don't know. I mean, worst case scenario, you could probably just do that through, like, a plugin or something. But yeah, I would have to figure out the way to do that. It might be a little tricky. So for our global recipe table, get building. For input in r.input, we're going to check. And we also need to check our inputs. So for input slot in building inventory dot data. I think those are those always going to be the end slots? I'm trying to remember what the index are of those ones. Let me check in process and stuff. So that's output. This is input. Okay, so those are always be the initial slots. Actually, never mind. Because it's that plus ingredient offset. So we'll just have to do this kind of thing in here. Okay. So we loop through the recipe table, every recipe in that building. And then we loop through each input in that recipe input. And then we're going to loop through each input slot. I guess what we can actually say is just, like, if we have this stuff, it just kind of works. So we could just say if building inventory dot get count of the ID of input, it would be a little bit easier. Since it's shapeless, that's all we have to do. So we just pass in input.id is greater than or equal to input.amount, then we're good. So we'll just check if it's less than that. Then we say chosen recipe is back to null. And here, when we loop through each input, we're going to say chosen recipe is equal to R. Actually, do that up here. So for input and our input, if building is less than that at any moment, we set it back to null and we say continue. I think. Well, it doesn't really matter. It continues hard when you have nested for loops. So let's just see what that prints out then at the end. Well, let's print our chosen recipe. And then we can just say set new recipe to that. Which is new recipe name. What was it? Change recipe? Then what do I pass in here? Okay, I do actually pass in the real thing. Oh no, I do pass in an ID. So I say global recipe table building ID. Okay, so I'm going to want the ID in here. And actually, I think that's what this is going to be returning. I realized. Because we need to say recipe ID. Chosen recipe will be recipe ID. Then we need to say var recipe input will be equal to this dot get recipe ID. Is that going to return the key, or is it going to return... No, that'll return the list of everything inside of it. So that's going to return all of the ID keys. No, that'll return a dictionary. Yeah. Okay, wait. So this saying get on building ID of the recipe table, that's going to return the list of all the recipes for that building. So now we have to loop through each recipe. So that'll give us the IDs. So we're going to say chosen recipe is R, or recipe ID. And then we're going to say recipe data is equal to recipes.get recipe ID. And now we can loop through that for input in recipe data.input. God, I can't type. All right, and that should work now. And then chosen recipes is going to be an ID, so we'll print that out at the end. Okay. It's going to be pretty wacky. Let's go into our buildings table now and actually add one for the artifact merging bench, because we don't have that right now. So just put that down here. It's going to be one of these like hidden buildings. Scenes. Artifact merging bench. Object size is quite large. It's like 4x4 or something. But none of that stuff really matters because you're not going to actually be building it. So power status is going to be 0. Category is just nothing. Let's just say... Ugh. Can't type. Hidden is true. There's no ingredients. Sprite offset, get rid of that. Alright. Description will just be empty. We don't need a key. Alright, so that should work for that now. So now we can use this ID instead of the recipe table for our artifact merging recipes. So let's go into the recipe table. Just go down here at the bottom or something, or wherever, it doesn't really matter. So that'll be all the recipes for that one. Let's just copy the format for one of these. Like the crafter. Which is not in here? What? Oh, I have whole words on. I was like, what is happening? Is there a 3D model to Starground guy? I do have the 3D model of the little funny guy. I do have a full 3D model somewhere. So Bobby, thank you for the spin. Because I 3D printed him one time. I can definitely find that. I don't know where it is right now, and I'm gonna have to dive through my computer, but I'll just go ahead and write it down. Get 3D Starground model for Oshik. So yeah, I'll send that to you after stream. I have to go find where it is. I have no idea. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, so now we can specify all of our stuff. We don't need categories for any of these. So this is going to be Starground Grabber Prime. And it's going to take a Starground Grabber and a Starground Magnet. That's it. Or, oh wait, no, I messed up. Starground Magnet. And then the output is Starground Grabber Prime. So I just want to see if that works. I don't know if I have support for buildings that don't even use electricity. I mean, I should, theoretically. Let's find out. How do you format your Obsidian to-do list? Messy and stupid. This is what I have on the top. Sometimes I'll do like this where I have like a list of priorities. I do need to go through here and clean up this whole list because right now it's kind of a mess. So yeah. I'm not very good about formatting. It's just kind of a nice, just, you know, space to write things down so I don't forget about it. Yeah, I know it's a mess, but it's fine. Oh, I forgot to actually set the ID on this bench, so it doesn't work. Oopsies. Starground building, artifact, merging. Okay. Yeah, I don't really use anything. I mean, I just have it pretty vanilla. I do like the default look of Obsidian, so... I think you're on Starground theme? That would be kind of crazy. How do you do it? Is it just CSS, or is there like a specific way you have to do it? Alright, let's go to Space Hub. So I have no idea if this shapeless business is going to work, but let's find out. So it starts with 0 slots, which is problematic. I think it's because in settings I have it set to gear by default, so I need to set this to Starground Grabber Prime. Let's try that. I wish a little bit that I did the recipe IDs and stuff in Starground just a little differently. The way I have it right now is they're each assigned to a specific building, but it would be cool if I could, if all the recipes were just generic recipes, and then in the buildings table, you decide which recipes are attached to that building. You know what I mean? It would give modders a bit more flexibility if you want to like have recipes that are active in both buildings at the same time. I mean, technically it's not too late to do that kind of change, but... Okay, so this is cheating because it already shows the things in here, but it's okay. So anyways, if I put this stuff in here, it should just start crafting. Yeah. And then it should create my Grabber Prime. So it kind of works. We need to try it out, though, with different items. And I don't know if I wanted to display this stuff in here because... it, like, what's the word? Implies that these are the only things you can put in here. Yeah, it's just a theme.css and a manifest.json for the theme info. Oh, okay, nice. That's pretty easy then. Yeah, it'd be fun to mess around and make a Starground theme. Could do some crazy stuff. Okay, so this kind of works. I'll probably just make it so that if a building is marked as being shapeless, then I won't show these little you know, things in here. For sure, add that to my vault, yeah. Yeah, it'd be fun. Maybe I will. It's so hard to see the image of the bench right there, the created in, because it's such a tiny icon. It's because this building is so big, and it's a weird shape. I might make a different icon for that building. We'll see. Alright, well, we have a grabber prime, so it kind of almost works. Let's go into the place where we change our recipe, and if we are right here, I'm not going to set the slot filters right here. So it uses fuel, dropping extra things. Slot filters and slot amounts, I'm going to say if shapeless recipe, or if not shapeless recipe, then we do that. Same with the output. Because, like, the whole point of a shapeless recipe is that you don't see the things you can put in there, so. Let's try it out. Unless I want to do what I did with the furnace. You know, where I loop through and show all the different ones. I might actually do that, because it would make sense. But we don't ever want to have anything in the output. Because I'm pretty sure the furnace does that, right? Yeah, it shows like all the things. But it doesn't show any output filter because, yeah. I mean, I guess I could sync it up so it's like in line, where each thing that it ticks through it shows the result of the output. It would be kind of neat. But then it would kind of destroy the secret of the artifact merging bench, because you would just see all the recipes, so I don't know. Let's just see what this looks like for now. Okay, it's still setting those somehow. Slot filters, if not shapeless recipe, which is... Oh, I didn't set it to be a shapeless recipe. Okay. Let's try that. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies. Alright. So yeah, it doesn't show anything in here now. I should be able to put this in any order too, so let's see if that works. So give a magnet, give a grabber. Even though I have the grabber as the first item... Okay, it's not happy. Recipe data is null. What is recipe ID? Current value is S. What? Okay, that does return... Okay. Recipe data will be... that. But shouldn't that be like a big list of things? I guess I'm looping through, so for recipe... So it'd be recipe ID? I'm confused. And then recipe data is that dot recipe ID. And then chosen recipe is recipe ID. I guess so. Okay, let's try that instead. So it still doesn't know what recipe ID is. Shouldn't that be returning back? Here, instead of saying get, let's just say recipe table building ID. So that should return that back. Chosen recipe is grabber prime. Yeah. Weird. Can't get recipe ID on an object of type dictionary. That doesn't make any sense because it's a recipe, but... okay, now it's attempting to free other stuff. Attempt to free a locked object. What if I just say ignore? That's crazy that you can do that now. Ignore error breaks? Because that was a thing in Stack Overflow. Now you can check for stack overflows. That's crazy. Alright, ads are over. Sorry about that. So what's going on here? We say find recipe. Oh, yeah, we have to say as long as it's not equal to the same recipe we've already gotten, right? If chosen recipe is not equal to our current recipe. Okay. So otherwise, I think it's going to end up in an infinite loop. Unless it doesn't, or it already has a check for not recipe. No, it doesn't care, so that should fix everything, hopefully. Let's try it out. So all that stuff should still be normal. Let's go here. Give myself a magnet. Give myself a grabber. So if I put in the grabber second, it still crashes. Why is it doing that? What is recipe here? Yeah, input grabber, magnet, output grabber prime. So it's locked. I don't know why it's locked. Just seems odd. So that's just emitting recipe changed. And then building inventory changed. So what's going to happen is it's going to set the recipe. And it's going to loop through here again. But our chosen recipe should already be equal to our current recipe. Yeah, Starground Grabber Prime. So I don't know why it would be alternating. Weird. Find recipe, change recipe. Find recipe, change recipe. Those things shouldn't be calling. Oh, that's because I don't actually pass in the thing and change recipe. So I need to say new recipe and change recipe. Down in shapeless here. Is just say new recipe is equal to chosen recipe. And then change recipe will handle it. Okay, Let's try that. Probably have to restart the game. Unless it works and I can ignore the errors. No, it's funny. Okay. Let's see if this works. So it shouldn't change the recipe unless it actually, like, needs to now. I mean, honestly, I should probably just put that in a different spot. That check, if it's not the same or whatever. Because it might be more performant. So we just call change recipe. We don't have to check that anywhere. And then in here, I'm just going to say current recipe. As long as it's not the same. We'll just say if they are equal to each other, then just return. Because we've already set our recipe. And current recipe is equal to new recipe, blah, blah. Okay. Let's try this. I would like to add support for buildings to be able to have a null recipe when you first place it down. Kind of like in Factorio, where like your crafter starts off having no recipe. I think I might do that. Because if you have, like, if it's already set to gear by default, you place it down, it just immediately starts crafting gears, which is kind of annoying. So, and then we don't have to select a manual, like, default recipe for every building. It just kind of automates things a little more, you know? So let's see if this works. Give myself a grabber. Trying to assign a value of null. Oh yeah, we have to say if chosen recipe was actually valid. So thank you for the spin, I appreciate it. Okay, let's try this now. So if I put it in, everything's fine. If I give myself a magnet now, no, it doesn't work. Which is interesting. Wonder why it doesn't work. Or it might have actually found the proper... I think I know what's going on. I bet it prints it. Yeah, it did find grabber prime properly. But the issue is that in the like checking of whether the recipe is valid down in here, it's going to be checking the proper order. So that's the issue here. So I just need to change this process progress stuff. Tweak it a little bit. Because it needs to, if we're a shapeless recipe, not worry about the order. So outputs, that's fine, keep it. But then checking inputs, this is the thing here. So if building inventory, that is not null. Yeah, we're saying if that's equal to that. It's not what we want to do. So let's see, how am I going to do this then? Just need to know the index of where it is. So probably honestly just do this. Where I say if shapeless, else do it the regular way. And then we're going to figure out how this is going to make sense. So for iron range input dot size. My B kind of MIA tonight, yeah. It's all good. Oh, my B kind of MIA. No, yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, no worries at all. I don't want anybody to ever feel like they have like an obligation to be here. Like it's really not the case. So don't ever feel bad if you're like not talking and stuff. It's fine. Something like Factorio, I haven't decided what to write yet. Maybe we'll write something about road traffic. Are you talking about for your own game? Yeah, what stage am I at? We're getting pretty close to release. Right now the game is out in early access. I'm just kind of working on getting things ready to go for the full release. So closer though. Same, I'm just here working in the background. Yeah, no, that's totally fine, guys. Like, don't worry. Don't feel bad or anything. Oh, right. You were talking about the diploma. I totally forgot. Yeah. Haven't still decided what to write yet. Yeah. Road traffic could be interesting. But yeah. Hopefully that goes well for you, though, the diploma stuff. Let's see here. So we need to loop through the input, but instead of looping through the input with size, we're just going to say for I in recipe.input. Convenient router that shortens travel routes from our country. Yeah, that could be interesting. So that's going to loop through each thing in input. Should be an array. Okay, so now we're going to check the for slot index and building inventory data dot size. So those are the ingredients are always going to be the last one. I need to figure out like what the indexes of those two are going to be. So the secret lab chair. Oh, there you go. So is that going to make the most sense? I plus ingredients offset. Now I guess I'll just loop through each input with an index, but I do want to actually grab each one. Okay, I guess what we'll do is this. We'll still loop through this the normal way before. Like that. So that we can check the index and stuff. And then right here, though, we're going to change it a little bit because we're going to say for I in recipe.input. Thank you for this bean. And we're just going to check if that's equal to any of the IDs. So for input and recipe.input, building inventory, yeah, this should work. As long as it's not null. And then we also have to say here, else return crafting. Does that make sense here? If it's not null, yeah, it should be fine. What's invalid here? Expected statement found else instead. What statement is it expecting? Oh. Yeah, this one should go away. Okay. Alright, so now if this is equal to any of these, so if it's equal to input.id, building inventory ingredient offset amount is less than input amount, then we're good. So that should work for the detection, I think, of this. So if I put this back in, doesn't seem to be doing anything though. Let's print it and make sure it's actually processing. Okay. So it's still looping through all that. There's got to be somewhere where it's like not printing the proper thing, or it's evaluating it to false. Okay, so it's right there. Oh, it's because since yeah, that doesn't work. Wait, I'm making this stupid. We just need to say if input dot has that instead of looping through, I think. If recipe dot input dot has that. Right? But no, this doesn't work because I have to compare the amount. So never mind, get rid of that. We just need to change the way that we check this here. Like, let's just temporarily comment it out. So we say if it's that. So if it not input has, we do need to check if it's equal. Yeah, like this. So if it's equal to that one and the amount is less than, then we return. But otherwise, if it's just equal, we don't want to instantly reset the crafting. We'll do that like after. We'll say has ID is false, and then if that's true, we say has ID is true, right? And then if we know that that's false, so at the end of this we say if we don't have the ID, then we know that we need to reset the crafting and return. That should fix that issue. Yeah, so look at that. We can build this in any order. And it should... Now I need to make sure there's not like weird stuff that happens here. Like if I put 2 magnets in. Okay. Well, that is the problem. We need to make sure that both of them are actually satisfied for the inputs, right? So... this doesn't really work the way this code is. Yeah, this is why I wanted to loop through the other way of like looping through the 2 inputs and then checking both of our ingredients slots, right? Because this is doing the opposite way. Here, I kind of just want to go like boom and then just say for I in recipe.input. And then I just want to check if both are satisfied. So we'll say satisfied is false, right? And then if not satisfied, reset crafting and return. Need your chair to spin for more points? Yeah. Thought it was a sponsorship, not gonna lie, yeah. Well, I guess it could be easily misinterpreted that way. Did I draw all the sprites yourself? Yes, I did. Yeah, all of these images and stuff are drawn by me, so... It's a lot of sprite drawing, but it is rewarding, though. You get to build a whole universe, and it's a very consistent, like, art style, because it's all me, so it works pretty well. So back in here. Okay, so we're just going to loop through each one, and we're going to make sure that they're both good. So now we're going to say for I in range, recipe.input.size. Let's call this input in there. Is it 1,700 followers? Let's go, yeah. It's pretty crazy. Remember we were at like, I don't know, a few hundred when we first started out. It's crazy. So now we're looping through each inventory thing. We're going to say, as long as it's not null, and then this stuff. So as long as it's not null, as long as that is equal to the input ID, and if that amount is greater than or equal to the input amount, then we say satisfied is true for that one input. So actually what I'm going to do then for this is say satisfied ingredients is actually going to be equal to recipe.input. Or it's just going to be equal to an empty array, right? Of and then down here, when we set that, we're going to say for input, how do we want to do this? We'll just say satisfied as a dictionary. Then down here, if it's satisfied, we say satisfied at index of input.id to be true. So now we do this and we say for I in satisfied is satisfied at I if it's invalid in any manner. Then say satisfied is false. Okay. So I think this will work. All right, anyways, so let's go through the logic here. So we have a Boolean that represents, are we good to go or not? We have a list. We loop through all of the inputs, and then for each input, we're looping through the entire inventory. We're making sure, is it the same ID and do we have enough? If so, then that one input has been satisfied right here. So we loop through that, check if everything's satisfied. Then down here, we're going to loop through the list. If any of them are not satisfied, then we're not satisfied, and we reset the crafting and return. I think that'll work. So let's save it. Go back in here. So like this setup should not work then with the two magnets because we're not satisfying all the things. But if I put this in, should have worked. But it doesn't. You are checking if satisfied as false isn't true. Oh. No, that should be okay. Because this is basically saying, like... So if any of these are... Oh, right, because if it's false, then it's true. Yeah. So we're gonna get that. Well, it should be okay. Because if it's true, otherwise it defaults to false if it's not there, which means that we don't ever set it. Then we say that we're not satisfied. No, that should be okay. Because if we get it and it's true, then it doesn't do that. It's false. But if we get in and it's false, then satisfied is false. So that's not the issue. Is it running this code here? Let's see. Yeah, it is running that. So somehow satisfied is not being set. Let's run this in here. What is input ID? Oops. I just crashed the game. So yeah, it's looping through each input, grabber and magnet. So it's setting both of those to be true. So why would there be any issues here then? I'm checking if not satisfied list is equal to false. Okay, well the two cases that it could be here. If it's true... Let's see. Oh, because then I'm checking if it's not. Wait, yeah, why am I doing an inverse? Yeah, that does mean not. I don't know why this is weird. But then if I get it and it's true, it's gonna say satisfied as false, which doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure. It still doesn't work anyways, so... No, I'm pretty sure this is right. I have to say not, because otherwise, if it's true, then that means I want this to be false when this is true. So yeah, this is how we have to do it. But we just need to figure out why it's still, because it doesn't matter. It's still saying that it's, not satisfied for some reason. Let's go ahead and just print out the entire list, right? Make sure I'm actually calculating it properly. Yeah, so they're both set to true. It's weird, though, that it's not working, then. Like, what am I doing wrong here? It's if not satisfied. Oh, it's because satisfied starts as false. Okay. We're good. Now it works. It should. Wait. No. Why did it keep crafting even if it was fine? Oh, because since it starts as true... No, we do want it to start as false, because then if it's ever... Okay. Let's do this. Start it as false. No, start it as true. For I and that. And then also we say, let's do this. If satisfied list dot is empty, then we know that it should be false. Oh, but that doesn't work, because each one has to either be true or false. So we do actually need to say at the beginning for when we're looping through, right here, we say satisfied list is false, so that we have a proper size. And then if we're missing either of them, that means that it's invalid. So I think this should work now. If I put a grabber in there, we're good. If I take it back out, we're not good. And then if I swap the order of these two, it should still work. Yeah. Okay, I think we're worked out. Yeah, I'll get rid of that in there. I am getting a million errors, though. There's no animation that named crafting. Okay, that doesn't matter. I get rid of the he, I think. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, yeah, I guess this works. I feel like there's probably a better way to do this, but it's tricky. I mean, I could set it to false first. And then just check as long as all of them are true. No, but I need to, like, check, like, so it needs to start true. If any of them are false, then I know that it's in an invalid list. And also if it's empty, so if there's no items in there. Oh, but it actually doesn't matter, because I realize it's just because of this. So we can get rid of this line. It doesn't do anything. So if there's no input ingredients, then it makes sense that then it would, yes, be satisfied because you are meeting the goals of it. So it should be fine. So if I do this and then take it back out or reorder it, yeah. Yeah, it works. And then it seems like it's still properly taking the items out, which I'm not really sure how it's doing that, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, I'm just saying subtract. No, that's subtract index amount. Yeah, so that's improper because what I'm doing here, thank you for the hydrate zone, is I'm just subtracting one from each index. It's just kind of lucky that it is working, but this should cause issues if I ever have a shapeless building that uses more than one item. You know what I mean? So what I need to do instead is just say delete the amount of items. Can we have a dehydrate? I like eat a bunch of salt. Yeah. That'd be bad for me though. Okay, so creating output items is fine. So let's just do cheese time. If shapeless recipe, do that. Otherwise, do the normal one, where it just goes in order and subtracts the amount. But for this one, I just want to say for I in recipe.input, building inventory dot remove amount of input.id and input.amount. Okay. So that should fix the input stuff. Yeah, we should be good to go then, I think. Too much cheese, too much cheese. Stop, stop, you're cheesing too hard. No. I'm gonna have to refund all of your cheese times now. It's got a cooldown timer. You can't do any more. Oh my goodness. Okay, how many happened here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know. I'll just reject. I'll refund you all of them because I don't know anymore. Yeah, too much cheese, guys. Refund you? What do you have in here? The speen from 19 minutes ago, but nothing went bad, so I'm not gonna refund you. I wish I had a way to auto refund the cheese. I don't know if I can do that. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know if I can do that inside of our overlay, but I'll have to look into that. Like if the cheese thing doesn't go through. Yeah, I wish there was a way to like reject the reward instead of just listening for it, you know? But so why is this still showing the wrong name? Still says crafter on it, even though it's not a crafter. Oh, it's because it's in here. Whoops. All right, well, I think we're good to go. The only thing people have to be wary of if you leave your items inside of that building, they will disappear on saving and loading. But I could probably add in a little bit of code that prevents that from happening. Like I could just say if you have an item inside while you're saving, or right before a save, it will, or right before you exit out, it like drops the items on the ground or something. I'll have to figure that out. But then if somebody saves and then it goes in, the items will still be gone. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out how to do that. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. I guess I could just save the inventory in kind of a global variable, then set it back into there. I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I can do the auto refunding. Well, yeah, you're welcome to. What, every ad break a cheese time plays? But then it would like devalue the reward, you know? No gaming. We could maybe do a little bit of gaming. Since we got the artifact merging bench working, we can go ahead and do it. Depths of Deceit. Let's install it really quick. I'll go ahead and shut this guy up. Okay. So this is Bobby's demo, right? Or alpha test, whatever it is. I don't know. We're going to try it out. Yes, this is Bobby's game. I don't know if there's music, so if there is, we'll... Not responding. Okay, there it goes. There's music. Alright. Settings. Audio. Let's turn it down a little bit. Leave 0 for random. Leave 0 for random. Let's do random. Begin. I would recommend working on your loading times a little bit, but it's mostly fine.
That's a problem.
That's a guy. This game's too loud. Can I... Okay. I need to lower the volume more. Okay, I guess pressing escape reset everything. It's still so loud. What? Does your volume not change the game volume? Well, I have this on my SSD, Bobby, so I mean, it shouldn't be any reason for it to be slow. The easy way to fix that is just preload your resources. I'm changing just the music? Well, I changed everything. Well, we'll see if it's still super loud. Okay, it's better. Oh my god. Okay. Where am I supposed to go?
Please do better next time.
Okay, those guys are there. So it's like that one game. Isn't the game called Dark Descent or something? Okay, they have no idea what's going on. Dark Deception, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Enemy is alerted. Yeah, why do the enemies get alerted? Am I doing something wrong? Okay. Oh, I survived somehow. So they get alerted whenever they see me? Okay.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Alright, I presume that means that I'm safe now. Okay, there's no more balls. There's a red one. That does the enemy reveal. It's not really that helpful. There's a green one. Let's see what that one does. Enemy's stunned. Okay. That was a good time to activate it, I guess. Sorry guys, it's really hard to read chat with this game because I have to focus. But I'll try to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They don't know, chat. Oh my god. They're so fast. Green. Didn't I pick up a green orb? There's a different red orb. Oh, I died from behind.
So, how about that S rank?
Oh my god, do I have to restart? Okay, no, I still have. Oh, do I have like lives? See, that one was red. It was yellow? Okay. I am slightly colorblind. That's yellow, not green? Oh, click to speed boost? Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. It looked pretty green, but I don't know. maybe I'm crazy. It's possible there could be some changes in color versus what I see on screen and the stream colors, because I know it does do color compression, so it's hard to say for sure. I'll have to like take an image of the screen and actually check the RGB values. Speed boost. I don't have many orbs left. Did you set the orb, Bobby, to be yellow? Like, because, I mean, you're the one that knows. Oh. They're right behind me, aren't they? Okay, I've got 17 orbs left. I'll read chat after I either die or win. I know there's a billion messages I haven't seen. Where's these other orbs?
I don't care if it's too scary. You
There we go.
jump.
Shoot. Oh. Okay, there's a lot of orbs over there.
Donovan, run.
Kind of waiting on my boost. Oh, what? It's a little annoying how you just
Running
die
away
from
Sure
behind,
is helpful. Try it out.
but... Okay, I have 0 lives left. Oh, I just lost. Okay. Well, we were really close, but unfortunately, not close enough. Anyways, let me read through all the billion of things here. This might be Sonic 1 special levels. Oh, yeah. Sounds alarm, they'll chase you. Okay. Secret mustache in this game? I don't know, it's Bobby's game. So you can click to speed boost. Yeah, I wish I knew that earlier. Yeah, a tutorial would be nice, because there's like things like that. There's kind of no way for me to know if that's in the game without, you know, a tutorial. So, yeah. They're faster than you when you have, or when they have red lights. Let's support you speed boost on this mode. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, just a couple more little polish things like that. A tutorial would help. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clap your hands. We can give it one more quick try before we end off stream. Now that I know I can speed boost, because that kind of changes everything. Okay, that's... Can I restart? That's not fair. How was I supposed to know? R to restart? Yeah, let's restart. Forgot about hydrate when they went? Oh, did somebody do hydrate? I'll hydrate just in case. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Okay. Thank you for the cheese time. Ooh. I don't have a speed boost, I guess I'll just die. Okay, we're fine.
Good job. You'll be out of there in no time.
Oh god. There's no way that's yellow, guys. I don't know. It seems so green to me. Unless I'm insane. I swear though, I swear it's green. We'll have to do a... If it is yellow, then I'm just... I don't know, man. I guess I'm just crazy.
You're doing great. Just don't mess up now.
I don't know. Rob you of your hydrate? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. I did the hydrate, so we're fine.
In the industry, call that dying.
The music, textures, gameplay. Someone else made the models and voice lines and radio asset. Yeah, nice. Oh, okay, buddy. So do you have like random map generation? It seemed like you did because you have like a seed selection thing. Yeah, it's a little annoying how like I ran out of boost, and since they're faster than me, I'm just kind of I have no choice but to die.
Why the sudden change?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what a solution to that would be, but... I mean, I know I can reveal enemies and stuff, but that's only for a little bit. My God. And they just, like, they jump out of nowhere, dude. Yeah, I presume the end goal is to gather up all of the orbs. It's just like in a Dark Deception. Oh my God. See, they're so... What am I supposed to do, man? They're sprinting so fast. I just pressed spacebar and I went back to the spawn? What? Is that like a little programmer thing? I guess it's an easy way to get out of danger. Jumping just flips you around 180? That seems really odd.
Please do better next time.
Well, I died again. I don't think I'll be able to do it. It's hard. But yeah. It's for controller? For the jumping thing? I imagine like somebody would be running away from a guy and then hit spacebar and just immediately like run into a guy. Yeah, so corners are slower. I mean, I would assume. This will be the final try. So what's up, Season? Playing Dark Deception. It's not Dark Deception. This is Bobby's game, Dark Descent.
Keep doing what you're doing.
I would probably work on trying to think of a way to distinguish yourself from Dark Deception. Because at least from what I've seen so far, it's pretty similar.
We can't be
Controller makes sense to get 180. Yeah, I probably just wouldn't bind it to spacebar though, since that seems kind of like something you would accidentally hit because you think it's jump. But yeah. My boost does not last for very long. I know I can go around corners and stuff, but unless I'm like, I get lucky and I'm in a spot with a lot of corners, it doesn't seem like I can. Whoa. What was that on the floor? There's like some scribbles or something? Yeah, it's really hard when I have no way of seeing where they are until I'm like alerting them. I think maybe some way to like, if they're really close by or something, you can kind of see where they are. I mean, I know it's, I don't know, it's tricky. I just feel like it's, I mean, the enemy revealed thing is fine, but it doesn't really, since it's like a limited time thing, I feel like it's, I don't know, difficult to strategize. A lot of the times it just feels like I'm just running around and I just have to hope and pray that I don't get spotted. But yeah. We are really close. We're at 19 left. I might have gotten lucky this time, just got a smaller map. I don't know. That's a guy.
Hurry up. We don't have all day.
I don't have like a timer, do I? Like, I have to... Come on, dude. You can kind of see them with the lights sometimes, which is good. But I think the light only faces forward, so if they're... I don't know.
What? You're on your lunch break?
Oh my god. Let's get out of here. Okay, there's some orbs. Oh, orb. Oh, orb. Enemy stunned. Orb. Oh, dude, I'm so close. I have 4 orbs left. Okay, where could these 4 orbs be? Oh, 2 orbs. Oh yeah, is that thing pointing me to the orbs? I just now realized. No! Is that it? Do I
Surely
lose?
that was for a bit.
Or do I have one more life? No, that's it. I'm done. That's annoying. Okay, well then that would be extremely helpful. Those are the kind of things that you definitely should have a tutorial for, because I just didn't know that that's what that did. So if I knew those things from the very beginning, I think it would have probably solved some of my other problems with the game, you know, because I would have just known how to do that stuff. But yeah, tutorial would definitely be a good idea, I would say. Yeah, just keep working on making it more distinct from Dark Descent. Or Dark Deception, whatever it's called, yeah. Because at least from what I see right now, it's pretty similar. It's just you run in the maze and there's guys in the maze and you collect orbs. So maybe because Dark Deception is over 300 big bugs. Yeah. Yeah, I would just keep working away at it. I mean, it's just what the first, like, what people are gonna notice, right? Like, at least to me, I am not sure what is different. So I would then work on, like, highlighting the differences as much as you can. So. And that's not like an attack or anything, or like your game is bad. It's just the truth. This is what I as a player notice, so just something to keep in mind. But yeah, it's pretty fun though. I like the guys you got running around and stuff. I think the orb stuff is cool. Yeah, I do like the fact that like the little purple half circle shows you where the orbs are, because that would have been very helpful for when I get down to those last few orbs. I just didn't know that's what it did, so tutorial would definitely help. But yeah, it's a pretty cool little game. I would definitely say keep working at it. Yeah, thank you for the key. I do appreciate it. I'll definitely try it out again if you like put up another update at some point. So yeah, I mean, if maybe it would be a good idea then to like have some default seeds or something, or like start players off with like the smaller size. If that kind of kills runs a lot. I don't know, these are just things that you have to start like keeping track of and noticing during playtesting. So yeah. Like there's some distance between the hype up-tempo music and the spooky foggy visuals, yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think one thing that you need to kind of figure out is the like theme direction that you're going with everything, because I do kind of feel that a little bit, where it's like almost a clash between like the upbeat music, and it seems like the environment's kind of evil looking, where we're going for like a horror aesthetic. So I would probably work on like figuring out what direction you're really going with it. I think that would help make things feel more cohesive. But yeah. To be honest, put two and two together with HUD and orbs since they're the same color. Yeah, I just didn't really... I thought it was like a meter for my boost or something. I wasn't really sure what it was. But now it makes total sense in retrospect. Those are the kinds of things that would be just a quick little mention of it in the tutorial. Hey, your crosshair points to the closest orb, you know. Super easy to add that kind of thing in, so definitely recommend it. Multiple environments, but maybe focus on the arcade/restaurant. Yeah. It would be cool if you broke up the environments instead of just randomly being picked as like actual different like levels you can play on. So like maybe I think a variable difficulty would be really good for this kind of thing. So your first level that you go into is easy, you know, so that you kind of get used to the game and understand everything before you are ultra challenged, you know. Yeah. I don't know if I did get the restaurant. I mean, we could just randomize, do a couple random seeds here super quick and see. Also, what's like the smallest? Like if I say 1, is that just a... What? DCB? A? S? What? Did I just win? What just happened? What is level size? Do I do 2? Is that... Okay, so that's literally just... That's the number of segments. So if I do 2, it's only going to be 2 segments. Well, I would probably recommend, yeah, the generation kind of breaks down when you do such a tiny size. Yeah, I'd recommend, if 8 is necessary, I would probably clamp your slider, your thing to 8. Because otherwise it's just going to kind of not work, the generation. I won, guys. Well, don't do 0 as the smallest value, or the random value. Just like, I would probably either have a button on the side that is randomized or do 64. So how big does it go? Can I do like 10,000? I'm gonna crash the game, aren't I? You should probably also do a... Okay, limit is 64. Well, I just put 10,000 in. It seems to be loading. It's freezing. Doesn't seem like the limit is 64. Okay, let's snooze that ad. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna close this because it's frozen. Yeah, I would work on fixing stuff like that. Like, make sure that people can't accidentally brick their game or ruin the experience for themselves. It's definitely frozen. What do you mean? I mean, I'm sure it's doing stuff in the background, but 64 doesn't seem that big. Okay, it did load. Well, let's just wait a second and see if I can get in. It seemed like I was able to put 10,000 in. It just depends on how you're actually doing the maximum. Who knows? There's 2,000 orbs and my game's running at like 1 FPS, so I'm pretty sure that it just generated 10,000 rooms. Oh, wow, your enemy AI is definitely the lag causer. Because I activate the thing. look how laggy it gets when your guys start moving. Yeah, I'd probably work on loading up the profiler and taking a look at what in the enemy scenes is causing so much lag. I mean, it doesn't really have a huge performance impact on smaller maps when there's not so many guys, but you know, you have to take into account people on weaker hardware and stuff, so yeah, it gets pretty crazy. Enemies revealed. But yeah, anyways. 64 size map. Are you sure? Because that seemed ridiculous. There's 2,000 orbs on a 64 size map. I mean, let's see how long it takes if I actually do a real 64 size map. If it was 64, then your loading time is pretty slow. I would work on improving that speed. The way you should do that is by preloading the resources that you're instantiating. So if you're instantiating your enemies, make sure that they're preloaded in memory, because otherwise, while you're doing this generation setup, you're loading in each of them again into memory every single time. Well, then I would also work on preloading your tiles, or figure out some way to optimize your generation algorithm. I mean, it's not a terrible load time, but I would definitely... Okay, it does seem like it was 64. I don't know why it crashed, like it froze so hard before then, so... Just things to keep in mind. Obviously, you shouldn't prematurely optimize stuff like that, but if you intend for people to be able to choose that kind of size for their map, then it shouldn't cause problems, you know. Also, it seems like I'm running fine now on actually 64 size. So maybe it was generating way too many. Yeah, something was doing more than it should have been. I think it probably still spawned in like 10,000 guys. Because now I'm not having any issues, so definitely okay, no, there we go. Yeah, so when the enemies chase me, it's extremely laggy. I would probably fix that. I wonder why it gets so laggy.
Never consider lap 2.
Alright, well, I'm gonna close that out, but yeah, this is what playtesting is for, right? It's to highlight issues like these, so definitely, I think playtesting is probably the most important thing for game development, because it's like how you identify problems and fix them before all of the people encounter them. Because if one person encounters an issue on a playtest, odds are hundreds or thousands of people will when you fully release the game. So yeah, it's pretty important to fix stuff like that. I would definitely take a look at that. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Not trying to bash on your game or anything. It's just this is what playtesting is about. You have to identify problems. It can hurt as a developer when people have major issues, but I'll tell you, it's definitely better to have people identify problems now before the game is released than after. Because there's no consequence, like, you fix the bug and then you're good. But when somebody has a problem after the game's released, then they refund it and leave a negative review. So that's consequences. But yeah. But yeah, anyways, I guess it wasn't actually 10,000 rooms. It was just that your chasing code is very laggy. So I would fix that. Take a look at what's actually so slow. If you're like recalculating their navigation point every single frame, that could be one reason. Just like drop that down to happen every 1 second. Yeah, you're probably constantly pathing if that's why it gets so slow. So I would definitely work on fixing that. You don't have to path every frame. Like you can path every second or something. It'll be close enough. You could do like a dynamic pathing thing where if an enemy is really close to the player, they path more often just so they're more agile. And if they're farther away, they path like every like 10 seconds or something. Just so you get like a really, it's way more optimized. But yeah, it's a good game. It's fun. I think there's definitely a lot of potential to add more content, expand things out. So definitely DM me or just let me know if you do update the game, because I'm down to try it out and play test it more. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and raid out. We're gonna go raid Ryan. So yeah, let's do that. One place sitting at all the orbs. Yeah, I mean, if you could start setting up like the Bobby, there's a Steam playtest stuff that you can do where anybody can just click on the little join playtest button and then you can like just automatically invite them and add it to their library instead of having to request a key every single time. So I definitely look into something like that. If people want to play your game, I would definitely let them, because it's good to have lots of playtesters. It'll help you identify issues and make the game a lot better. So yeah, I would look into that on Steam. Since you already have a Steam page, like, or not page, but the Steam stuff set up, it's something I highly recommend doing. Is doing getting the playtesting thing set up. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start the raid here. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. Thank you, Bobby, for the key. I do appreciate it. It's pretty fun. And don't take anything that I said as like a personal thing. It's just purely my observation. So just trying to help you fix issues before they're a major issue on launch, you know. But yeah. Well, thank you everybody for coming. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. There's another sale coming up very soon. We're gonna be part of the what is it? I can't remember the name of it, but it's a sale. It should be on October 13th. It's like the what is it called? The raid timer is ending, so I'll figure it out. You guys will see on the 13th, so be on the lookout for that. Join the Discord if you want. We'll be live again tomorrow at 3:30 MDT, or as close as I can get to that time. So, but thank you, gamers, for coming in. I'll see you all tomorrow, and have a good day or night. Bye bye.
Plus, there's so much hate on that platform that it really was like, ugh.